signed, but remember he had long hair. It was very
Everyone.
did he get signed by the Yankees or traded?
Signed.
Signed.
The Yankee tax.
The Yankees. Was that player that just got released after cutting his hair by 5 days?
No, so Jeremy, Jason got signed. Jeremy's the one that passed.
That's what we're saying.
Oh, okay. So Jeremy never played with the Yankees.
No, we were talking about Jason.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We were talking about both.
Yeah.
Jeremy. Suicide?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. I think so.
Yes.
Where's that?
Yeah, he was sort of like never. He was never really that good. He was kind of there because everybody wanted him to be good. Yeah.
He should have slid.
It's not, But that was Jeremy, right? I feel bad for Giannis's brother.
Well, Giannis's brother is just the shining example of nepotism.
That's for
Jeremy
sure.
at least still, or Bronny James.
I was saying, he's not the best. Yeah, Brown is the
That's gonna.
Giannis's brothers. Terrible.
Ronnie James is gonna have a fucked up midlife for sure. It's gonna be tough.
He dropped 4 points the other day. Pretty big.
Did he?
Pretty big.
In
Yeah.
the G League?
Summer league, baby.
4 points, baby.
So Brian, I went to the same middle school.
Oh, you did?
2 years ago.
Oh.
Like, man, imagine if you made the dunk.
Imagine
if you
really go show him.
That would have been so cool if you got
Where's
points.
you?
Like ESPN is like, oh,
I knew you'd ask.
yeah.
Imagine if you made this dunk.
Yeah, there's so many push
Somebody made
notifications
fun
to
of
this
me.
guy
Yeah,
putting up
me.
like
This is
bench
exactly what
numbers
my
on
middle
summer
school
D
you
League.
look like. No way.
Like on my area, there you
Look
go.
at Doug Greenwald. Did you sign that or did somebody else?
I probably signed it. It's just Ray Lang.
What middle school?
Aptus Middle School in San Francisco.
That's awesome.
So I thought Michael was a little older than I was, but he said that he graduated middle school in '88. I'm like, well, and I would have been there 2 years younger.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll show him.
That's awesome.
I think, where's the other one? Yeah, there was another one of him.
Well,
I'm guessing that's got to be him right there.
that's so cool.
Yeah, because he and I, I was on the team a year later, so he was gone by then, but he and I both played for the same coach.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I'll show him. I told him I was gonna bring it. So.
This nice breeze today. Okay, I know we should have some Yolos. Oops, just Tyler. Hello. Yeah, they're on their way. It's my niece and her friend, and I will deliver them to you at 12:55. Yeah. I'm Yasmin Martinez. I don't know where she is. Let me just call her. Okay, bye. Yasmin Martinez. Yes. She's one of the good ones. You know how the USA ones were really good and then declining? She was one of the early. Did you guys see that Billy Joe Armstrong, what he posted yesterday?
I did. I saw it.
My new favorite baseball team, the Oakland
Oh,
Ballers.
yeah. Sorry, can you repeat it one more time?
National anthem, yes.
We didn't get to see Christian Cross.
Eighth inning bug should be fixed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, apparently.
Can you? Yeah. When he comes back, whenever you can, just yeah.
695.
Let's check it out.
Hey, is this Yasmin? Oh, hey Rebecca, this is Brian with the Ballers. Good. You guys still all set? Oh, okay, cool. Wait, do you know where she is? Or do you want to put me? This is my cell. Do you want to put me and her on a text together? Okay. Thanks, Rebecca. I'm Brian. Awesome. Okay. Thanks, Rebecca. All I need is a.
good thing I always go through my vocal exercises for my diction.
The people who wrote that Oakland Ballers song that are here, so we should shout them out. I'm gonna get it. Maybe that guy. Maybe that guy got the first batter. Should we have Scrappy? Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea.
Supposedly the one's
Or,
fixed. We had full test real quick.
Or
We have like
A minute?
1 minute.
That's
Yeah,
fine. It'll take me 2
1.5
seconds.
minutes.
It'll take me a second.
okay, does the main one want to be the
Go ahead,
first
you can
batter?
test it.
Since you're talking about the people who wrote the song. Jesus. No, that's a bad day for it because with KPIX and with the setting up. Can you maybe tell him no? Did he just tell you?
Is that good?
It's not working. Wait, the guest score now in
We
the.
need to.
Hang on.
We need a bigger conversation.
No, wait.
About
That's fine. 1 second.
communication. Okay. Does one of where are you?
Perfect.
Okay, I'll come talk to you. Hey, this is Brian. Oh, what's up, Yasmin? How are you? Yasmin, I'll meet you right in front of concessions right now. I'm wearing my yellow Ballers hat and a t-shirt that says Panic at the Costco. I'll see you in a second.
I am working on it right now.
Remind me that I'm the listener. Okay.
For this 20 seconds of downtime.
Yeah. Yep, no problem. Yeah.
All right. I don't know. There you go. Call it that.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the brand new Raimondi Park, home of your 2024 Oakland Ballers. Tonight, the Ballers will face off against the Yolo Highwheelers for the third game in this 3-game series. First pitch is scheduled for 1:05 p.m., so grab yourself a hot dog, grab yourself a beer. It is almost showtime.
Did you know there's a cheaper local alternative to home internet service? Monkey Brains is a locally owned and operated internet service provider serving fast, reliable internet to San Francisco, Oakland, and select other Bay Area locations. Best part? It's only $35 a month with no contracts and no extra monthly fees.
All right.
Submit a request today to see if your location is serviceable. Go local. Go Monkey Brains.
Not sure.
Did you know, when it comes to protecting all that matters, you can protect it with AAA insurance. AAA insures cars and homes, boats and trailers, RVs and motorhomes, motorcycles, for earthquakes, and even pets' health. Get the coverage confidence of
Tony.
All right, ready?
How you doing, bud?
Like one. You're just now starting testing. We have like
River Rock Casino has a certain something, a heart, that makes you say, I'm at home here. Come over to play blackjack with your buddies, enjoy some time with familiar faces, or indulge in dinner for two with countryside views. You'll find better food, better player rewards, and guaranteed loosest slots. You'll also find a come-as-you-are attitude and friendly folks who are enthusiastic about your good time. Play big and win big
It's an
at River Rock
amazing strike to
Casino.
left field.
thing in the game that's changed a lot that I don't see anymore. No one pitches out anymore.
Ballers fans, welcome to Raimondi Park, home of your 2024
why that is.
Oakland Ballers.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, though, it was constantly. There was, I mean, you would see sometimes 2 pitch outs in one batter, and I haven't seen. I can't remember the last time I seen a pitch out.
Sunday afternoon game.
Never thought I'd really be into it.
It's a change in baseball. I don't know why, especially now.
Nice ball steals, big ball.
Now it is. I mean, I agree with you. 5 years ago and previously there wasn't that much. Stealing bases now is a big deal. It just seems like, I don't know, it's maybe the way the catches
So
are
it's going to
passed.
be a fun day here at Raimondi Park, and we know you're going to want to come back. So we have a special discount code only for you fans sitting in the seats right now. If you go to tickets.oaklandballers.com and put in the discount code GONB, as in Jason GONB, our 5-time Oakland All-Star. You go to tickets.oaklandballers.com, find a Ballers home game that you want to go to from now to the end of the season, and you will get 30% off by putting in the discount code GONB. GIAMBI. All right, we have a fun and exciting show for you today, so let's get it up. Ballers fans, instead of doing a ceremonial first pitch here at Raimondi, we do a ceremonial first batter. And this is CBC from ADP. That is the crew who made the Ballers anthem. Eli, bust it up, it's good. CBC, are you ready? We got that teed up for you. That's not a strike. That's a tall strike. You play baseball growing up, CB? No? All right, we'll see how you do. When you are ready. 3, 2, 1, swing! And he threw the bat just like a ball would do. Attaboy, I think the bat went farther than the ball.
That's the ball.
Nailed it. Next up, Stevie.
Really? That's dope.
I've been wanting to get myself like an actual golf lesson.
I got a couple of my friends got really good golf.
It's so much fun.
Playing baseball. Yes, now I have like
I've played one round of like actual, like 1 hour 15 hole round of golf at a park course. Like a beautiful course. But had a blast. No. No.
if it's par 3 with 18 holes, it'd be like
3 times 8.
so it comes, what is 27 54. 54 is what you should be
Yeah,
for
that's
18 holes, right?
Yeah.
But like, but that's not realistic.
Yeah.
I think somewhere maybe like halfway between 54 and I can go crazy.
Yeah.
at
So
18.
back for, I did par 1 hole though.
Like a legit course.
And a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Yolo High Wheelers Baseball. This is Doug Greenwald coming to you live today. We are at Raimondi Park here in Oakland, California, getting set for action. It's the visiting Yolo High Wheelers and the hometown Oakland Ballers. Final game of this 3-game series. Again, these are really separate series. 3 games were just held in Davis, in which Oakland won all those contests. And so far, Yolo has come back to win the next 2 games here. So Yolo will try for the season sweep here this afternoon. Yolo comes in at 18-20. Oakland a record of 23 and 18. Another gorgeous day for baseball here in the East Bay between these two California-based Pioneer League franchises. Let's go right to the starting lineups right now. First for the visiting Yolo High Wheelers and manager Billy Horton. Again, Yolo a record of 18 and 20. And by the way, the standings, I already gave you the records, but remember, in order to get to the playoffs, you need to at least finish second in the standings. And Yolo right now is going to be quite a stretch to get to second place. Yolo is 11.5 back of first and 5.5 back of second, even though Yolo still has 2 games to make up. Meanwhile, Oakland, they're only 2 back of second place, so they're certainly still very much alive for a playoff spot at 23 and 18. Missoula leads the Pioneer League with a 6-game lead over Glacier. However, I'd say really, I'll throw Yolo in there because Yolo is 5.5 back with still those 2 games to make up. So anyone from northern Colorado to Oakland, Boise, Rocky Mountain, and Yolo outside chance Ogden could get that number 2 spot. But anyway, Missoula, I'd say mark it down. They will be going to the playoffs. And then, as I mentioned, a fight for second among the other teams I just talked about. All right, let's take a look at the starting lineups now. First for the visiting Yolo High Wheelers and manager Billy Horton. Leading it off and playing center field is Braylon Skinner. Batting second at shortstop, Braylon Marine. Hitting third and playing second base, Bobby Leday. Braden Blackford, he gets the start at first base today and hits cleanup. Batting fifth in right field, Tanner Smith. Justin Kirby, 2 home runs yesterday. He hit 6th. He's the designated hitter. Kirkland Banks plays third base and bats 7th. In left field, hitting 8th, Kyle Guerra, and Angel Mendoza rounds out the lineup batting 9th, and he does the catching. And on the mound for the Yolo High Wheelers today is the right-hander, J.C. Ariza. Again for Yolo and manager Billy Horton at Skinner, Marine, and Leday, Blackford, Smith, and Kirby, Banks, Guerra, Mendoza, and the right-hander Ariza on the mound. For the Oakland Oakland Ballers and manager Micah Franklin, again Oakland coming in at 23 and 18. Leading it off and playing center field is Austin Davis. Batting second, and in left field, Trevor Halsema. Hitting in the third spot is the designated hitter, J.P. Gates. Dondre Hubbard, a home run yesterday. Well, just about everybody homered for Oakland yesterday. He bats cleanup, and he plays at third base. Noah Martinez is the first baseman, and he is slotted 5th. Batting 6th and playing second base, Jalen Smith. Hitting 7th and doing the catching is Colton Horner. In the 8th position at shortstop, Miles Jefferson. And rounding out the lineup and batting 9th is Peyton Harden. On the mound today for the Oakland Ballers, a guy who's had a lot of success this year against the Yolo High Wheelers, and that's the right-hander in Christian Cosby. So again, for the Oakland Ballers and manager Micah Franklin, it's Davis, Halsema, and Gates, Hubbard, Martinez, and Smith, Horner, Jefferson, Harden, and the right-hander Cosby on the mound. All right, we'll take a little bit of a break, and then we get back. Time to play some baseball. Get things going here from Oakland's Raimondi Park. We'll do it in a moment on YouTube Live.
time to introduce the starting lineup for your Oakland Ballers. Leading off and playing center field, number 21, Austin Davis. Batting second and playing left field, number 7, Trevor Halsema. Batting third and the designated hitter, number 15, J.P. Gates. Batting cleanup and playing third base, number 20, Dondre Hubbard. Batting fifth and playing first base, number 23, Noah Martinez. Batting sixth and playing second base, number 3, Jalen Smith. Batting seventh and doing the catching, number 27, Colton Horner. Batting eighth and playing shortstop, number 10, Miles Jefferson. And batting ninth and playing right field, number 1, Peyton Harden. And starting on the mound for the Ballers, number 32, Christian Cosby.
All right, back here at Raimondi Park as the Oakland Ballers have taken the field. Doug Greenwald with you on YouTube Live. And again, tomorrow we will have off, and then we'll be back at it on Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. first pitch against Rocky Mountain. We'll talk more about that series certainly throughout the game here this afternoon. All right, now we will pause for the playing of the national anthem.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able and remove your caps as we honor America. Performing the national anthem today is Yasmin Martinez from Oakland School of the Arts.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting air. Gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, the national anthem here this afternoon from Raimondi Park. The umpires for today's game calling balls and strikes is Grant Myers. The umpire at first base is Alan Walker, and the umpire around at third, Ricardo Rodriguez. So again, a sun-filled afternoon for baseball here in Oakland, and I have a feeling that the baseball is going to be flying again today. I was talking to Micah Franklin, the manager of the Oakland Ballers, and I said, "Oh, Micah, I know you called it yesterday. Ball would be flying. 9 home runs combined between the teams." I said, "For what are we going to be in today?" And he said, "Same thing." Yeah, Micah's saying, "Yeah, we're going to have." He has a feeling the ball will be flying quite a bit again this afternoon. On the mound today for the Oakland Ballers is the right-hander out of Chapman University. He's from Orange County, and that's Christian Cosby, 6'5", 220 pounds. Cosby is 27 years old from Placenta, California, was in the Frontier League last year. another MLB partner league, professional baseball league, with the Florence Yawls, who play right outside of Cincinnati. So Cosby gets a start here this afternoon, and he will oppose Yolo right-hander J.C. Ariza. Mentioned our next homestand. So tomorrow we have off, and then what I thought was going to be a 9-game series. I say homestand. I'll talk about the next series. I thought we were going to have a 9-game homestand or a 9-game series of Colorado Springs with Rocky Mountain, that is. But instead of 3 doubleheaders, we're only going to have 2, and that extra game will not be made up from what I have been told. So single game Tuesday, doubleheader Wednesday. Single game Tuesday starts at 4:30. Doubleheader Wednesdays at 2. Single game Thursday at 4:30. Doubleheader Friday at 2 o'clock. Saturday 4:30. Sunday 1:05. All right, here we go to get things going on this Sunday afternoon as Christian Cosby's first pitch of the game is low inside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to count to the game's first batter in Braylon Skinner. And we are underway at 1:08 p.m. on a gorgeous 73-degree day from Alameda County. 1 ball, no strikes to count to Skinner, who looks outside, ball 2. And the count's at 2 balls and no strikes to Braylon Skinner. So he opens his afternoon at 327, 3 homers, 26 RBIs. And the 2-0 pitch, and that's grounded into right field, a base hit. So Braylon Skinner commences the ball game with a sharp single to right, just almost like you run a vacuum on a rug. That's the way that ball went right there, just very smoothly along the grass, onto the dirt, and onto the outfield grass. For a game-opening single, as the right fielder Harden gets the ball in towards second base. So Braylon Skinner, good speed, 15 steals. He's been caught 5 times. And now Braylon Marine, it was tough to catch him yesterday. He had 5 RBIs. 392 for Braylon, 6 homers, 37 runs batted in, and he takes a strike from Cosby on the outside corner. And the count's at no balls and 1 strike to Braylon Marine. 3 for 5 yesterday. He had a double and then had a big 2-run single in the 9th inning to give the High Wheelers a little bit of cushion. And Marine, remember, he did not play Thursday, did not play Friday, just a couple of days off, nothing more than that, no injury-related subtraction from the lineup, anything like that, just had a couple of days off. No balls and a strike to count. Outfield around to the left, there goes Skinner. Pitch taken inside, and the catcher Horner had a tough time getting the ball out of his glove, and by the time he throws to the shortstop, Jefferson covering, or actually it was Smith, the second baseman, came over to take the throw. Skinner steals that one easily with a dive. So stolen base for Braylon Skinner is his 16th this year. Lay on the counts at 1 ball and 1 strike. With the game no score, top of the first inning. So Marine, the complexion of the at-bat changes here as he swings and misses at a fastball from Cosby, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Marine, you know, you look at what he did yesterday with 5 RBIs, you're saying, oh, that must have been a season high. Well, it wasn't for Braylon. He had 6 RBIs at Northern Colorado a few weeks ago. The 1-2 pitch, and that's outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now, Marine, June 16th in Northern Colorado, as I said, he had 6 RBIs in that game. He's reached base safely, has Marine, in 24 straight games, his last 24 games. The 2-2, and he swings, and he lines one to third, and that's caught by Hubbard. Throw back to second, not in time. Back safely standing up is Skinner. Throw taken by the second baseman, Smith. So Marine hit that ball hard, and Dondre Hubbard, who was playing well off the line, able to snatch it. And that's the game's first out. So nice play there by Dondre Hubbard. 1 down, 1 on, no score, and now Bobby Leday digs in. 359, 9 home runs, and he has 42 RBIs. Leday 2 for 5 yesterday. He homered in the 8th inning. So Skinner, a big lead at second base. Turn, throw to second, and Skinner back safely with a dive. The second baseman Smith sneaking in behind him. It's also the first disengagement for Cosby. Now Leday's home run came just 2 pitches into the 8th inning yesterday after Oakland had come all the way back to tie the game at 10. as Leday takes an off-speed pitch for a strike on the inside corner from Cosby. And the count's a no balls and 1 strike with the game 0-0 top of the first. Yolo, Oakland. So Leday's home run made it 11-10 Yolo, and then Yolo went on to score 2 more runs in the 9th. There goes Skinner to third. Pitch taken low outside. Throw to third is high, and Hubbard has to leap to keep that ball from going into left field. So Skinner, that's his 2nd steal of the inning, gives him now 17 this year. And Leday and the High Wheelers asking for a challenge there, and it's been confirmed a strike. So the count's at 0-2. Now the infield is back. They'll give up a first inning run here for the High Wheelers as Cosby set, middle of the rubber. Kickson comes home, and Leday swings and just gets a piece of it, fouls it to the screen. No balls and 2 strikes the count with the game 0-0 top of the first. Yolo and Oakland. So outfield fairly deep and straight away. Again, Oakland will give up the run here as no balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch, and Leday swings and misses high fastball, strike 3, and he is out, and that's the first strikeout for Cosby today, and he's had a lot of strikeouts against Yolo this year. For Cosby, this is his 4th appearance against Yolo. I think I'd said against Oakland. 4th appearance against the High Wheelers for Cosby. His numbers specifically against Yolo, 2-0, and 30 strikeouts over those 3 games coming into today. Now it's Blackford who bats, and Braden a high fly ball foul left side, strike 1. 0-1 the count. 324 bats Blackford, 7 home runs. He has 27 runs batted in. Yeah, Cosby this year against Yolo, 2-0. 4.24 ERA, specifically that ERA in games against the High Wheelers. And again, 30 strikeouts, including 13 strikeouts here back in June against Yolo about a month ago as Blackford takes strike 2 on the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes to count to Blackford, who was 0 for 3 yesterday but didn't come into the game until the 5th inning. Skinner at third in the 0-2, outside ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Blackford gets the start at first base today, just his 2nd appearance at first base this year. His only other start/appearance there this year was June 2nd at home against Grand Junction. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Skinner leads at third in the pitch, and Blackford swings, and he hits this one high and foul down the left field side. And the count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes with the game 0-0. Top of the first inning, Yolo and Oakland. So Blackford, you heard me say, came into the ball game midway through yesterday after Alejandro Figueiredo had doubled, but then Alejandro looked like he'd pulled a muscle or came up with a cramp legging out that double and had to come out of the game. The 1-2, and Blackford made a motion at it, did not go around. Boy, the Ballers wanted that one right there, but no swing, so the third base umpire, Ricardo Rodriguez. And the count moves now to 2 balls and 2 strikes to Blackford. So as I said, Blackford had to come in and replace Figueiredo in the lineup as the DH, and then Braden was 0 for 3 from there. Skinner leads at third, the 2-2, and Blackford is swinging a foul to the backstop. And the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 0-0 top of the first, Yolo, Oakland. Doug Greenwald with you here at Raimondi Park. Again, can't really ask for a better day weather-wise here from the East Bay. 73 degrees. Talked about it first pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Again, Skinner a small lead at third, and the pitch, and Blackford looks at strike 3 on the outside corner, and he is out, and not happy with the call by the plate umpire, Grant Myers. And Braden, the guy normally didn't show a whole lot of emotion, but not happy there with the call from Grant, and they don't want to waste another challenge this early. So Blackford called out on strikes, and the High Wheelers do not score. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a runner left after half an inning. Yolo nothing. And Oakland coming up on YouTube Live. On the mound this afternoon for the Yolo High Wheelers is the right-hander J.C. Ariza. We go to the bottom of the first inning, no score. Ariza, capital A-R-I-Z-A, 6'5", 235 pounds. 24 years old. He's from the northern part of New Jersey. He's from Belleville, New Jersey, and he gets the start here this afternoon. So again, let me go over those game times. So when we get back to Davis on Tuesday, single game on Tuesday that starts at 4:30 against Rocky Mountain. Wednesday doubleheader, 2 scheduled 7-inning games, 2 o'clock for the start of game 1. Then Thursday, we're back to a single game at 4:30. Friday, doubleheader at 2 o'clock. And then Saturday, single game. Saturday, a single game at 4:30, and then a 1:05 p.m. first pitch for a single game on Sunday, and then Oakland back in after that the following Tuesday. So we get things going here in the bottom of the first inning. Austin Davis leads it off against Ariza. It'll be Davis, Halsema, and Gates to face John Carlos Ariza with a big man bun sticking out of the back of his black cap. So Austin Davis, one of the 5 Oakland home runs yesterday. He was the second into the back-to-back with Harden in the 5th inning, which got Oakland on the board. Ariza out of the windup in the first pitch is high ball 1. And the count is at 1 ball and no strikes to Austin Davis at .355, 8 homers, 29 runs batted in. Ariza great pants up to his knees and the 1-0. And a big swing and a miss and a fastball up and in, strike 1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to count. So Davis, has been the leadoff man now in all these games this week against Yolo, all 6. The 1-1, and Davis a swing and a miss. Fastball in the outer half of the plate, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The first 4 games, Davis reached base literally leading off the game or leading off the bottom of the first, whichever way you want to look at that. Yesterday was the first time they actually got him out in the first inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count with Halsema on deck. Ariza, first base side of the rubber kicks and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball in the outer half of the plate, strike 3. And Davis is out. So they get him out here, 1 down. And now it's Trevor Halsema who comes up.
Trevor Halsema.
Ariza, fastball, slider, changeup, and a curveball. And it's been a kind of a topsy-turvy year so far for Ariza, and Trevor Halsema is one of the reasons why. As the pitch, and that's taken for a strike on the outside corner on 1. Well, it was just about a month ago today on a Sunday afternoon. It was June 9th that Ariza got the start here in Oakland, and he was hit in his right elbow. And who was the batter that nailed him with that line drive? Well, the man at the plate right now, and Halsema, who looks at a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Ariza stayed in the game, faced a couple more batters, eventually gave up a home run, and then was taken out due to injury. The 1-1 slider, swing and a miss. Strike 2, and the count's at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nothing, bottom of the first inning. Yolo, Oakland. And then that line drive essentially sent Ariza to the injured list. The windup of the 1-2, and Halsema looks at that one outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. No score, bottom of the first. Yolo, Oakland, with J.P. Gates on deck. Infield all the way around. Outfield deep straightaway for Halsema as Ariza rocks out of the windup with a 2-2. Strike 3 called outside corner. And Halsema, for the moment, is out, but they're going to challenge that. And it's been overturned to a ball. So, as I said, for the moment he was out, but the challenge rule saves him, so the count's now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. As Ariza obviously unhappy that the pitch was overturned to a ball, so instead of 2 out and nobody on, it's still 1 out, and the count of 3 balls and 2 strikes to Halsema, who also homered in the 5th inning yesterday, 1 of 3 homers, the 3-2, and that's popped up down the right field side foul, 3-2. 1 of 3 Oakland home runs in that 5th inning. We mentioned the back-to-back homers to start the bottom of the 5th by Harden and then Davis, and then Halsema two batters after Davis, he homered. It was a 2-run homer. Well, wind up in the 3-2, and Halsema swings, and he flies this one into right center field, but not deep. Far to his. Who was it? Far to his left. The center fielder Skinner made the catch. Well, Skinner moved to his left. Smith, the right fielder, moved to his right. And the two gently, I don't want to say collided, but almost as if their gloves touched one another. But it was the center fielder Skinner who made the catch. He's made some good catches here. I don't know if that was a good catch necessarily. It was more of an exciting catch, I guess. More of an exciting, well, it could have been a little more excitement there. But fortunately, all was well on that one. So 2 out. Halsema flies to center now. J.P. Gates digs in. And Ariza delivers, and Gates swings, slaps this one towards short. Diving attempt by the shortstop, Marine. The ball caroms off his glove and pinballs back towards center field, where the center fielder Skinner comes up with it. And J.P. Gates has a single. We'll call that a single to center. I'll call it a single to center. Gates coming into today at 286. Gates, he homered yesterday in the 7th for the second professional time. And Gates, as a member of the Ballers, has 4 RBIs. So the 2 home runs and 4 RBIs have all come against Yolo. Then again, Gates has hardly played against anybody else anyway. So now it's Dondre Hubbard who bats, a 3-run homer yesterday in the 7th inning, which jumped the Oakland deficit from 10-5 to 10-8. So Hubbard takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Gates, the runner at first base, yet to attempt to steal. Ariza from the high set, and J.C. kicks and comes home, and Hubbard takes a breaking ball, low ball 2 at 81 miles an hour. And now Ariza's going to challenge that. The Highwheelers will challenge that call. And it's been confirmed ball. So the count's a 1-1 strike to Dondre Hubbard. 10 home runs for Hubbard to lead the Oakland team. 305, he has 36 RBIs. So Gates leads at first, being held on by Blackford. 1-1 strike to count with 2 out. Nothing, bottom of the first inning. And J.C. Ariza kicks and deals, and Hubbard goes around at a breaking pitch, strike 2. So 1-2 strikes. Understandably, you don't want to give Hubbard anything too fast ahead. We know his ability to hit the ball a long way. Hubbard, within the first 5 games of this group of contests between these two, has a couple of home runs. And that doesn't count the knockout round that he won over the Highwheelers a few days ago in Davis. The kick on the 1-2, and Hubbard swings and a liner right at the shortstop Marine. Braylon didn't even have to move for that, and he makes the catch. So Hubbard lines the short. 1 hit, 1 left. After 1, it is 0-0 Yolo and Oakland on YouTube Live.
Avoid parking and other traffic hassles by taking BART to the game. It's a great way to get out and about to enjoy all the Bay Area has to offer, like rooting for your new favorite baseball team, the Ballers. Please visit BART.gov/Bartable for other fun Bartable adventures and download the official BART app to plan your trip.
Ballers fans, I'm here with Lavana and Missy, and we are going to play the BART transportation race. There are going to be 3 BART trains up on the video board. You guys have to choose which one is going to win. Lavana? Lavana has green. Missy, what do you got? Blue. And Missy has blue, so I'm going to take yellow. I'm going to throw myself in this mix here. And I am off to a fantastic start. There we go. Missy's cheering. Missy's cheering for blue. Okay.
Tanner Smith commences the second inning for Yolo. It is 0-0 each team. No runs, 1 hit, and no errors. So it'll be Tanner Smith, Justin Kirby, and Kirkland Banks. 5, 6, 7 to face Christian Cosby, who will work out of the set position. And the first pitch on the way to Tanner Smith, and he looks at a strike on the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike to Smith, who's hit well of late. 283 his average is up to now, 2 homers, and he has 19 RBIs. And the 0-1 pitch, and Smith swings and hits one high and foul left side, strike 2. And the count's no balls and 2 strikes to Smith. 1 for 5 yesterday, but he has hit safely over his last 5 games. He has 9 hits over those 5 contests, which included the 3-run double here on Friday night in the 8th inning to break the game open. The 0-2 on the way, and Smith looks at strike 3 on the outside corner. 97 miles an hour there, and Smith is down on strikes. So it's 3 straight strikeouts for Cosby. And remember, we've talked about Cosby, who had a 13 strikeout performance against Yolo here back in June, and then also a 10 strikeout game. That was his last outing. So Cosby, the group of 6 games that these teams have had this week, Cosby was the starting pitcher last Tuesday in Oakland, or in Davis, as the pitch on the way to Kirby is a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Kirby digs in at 282, 5 homers, 2 of them yesterday, and he's got 20 runs batted in. The kick of the 0-1, and a fastball there, swing and a miss, strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. So Kirby, with the 2 homers yesterday, became the 4th high-wheeler to have a 2-homer game this year. Braylon Marine did it at Idaho Falls last week, and then Jose Gonzalez and Braylon Skinner also had 2-homer games here. The 0-2, and that's fouled off right side. No balls and 2 strikes to count to Kirby. So, second inning, here we are, 0-0. The second inning has been a good inning at this ballpark the last 2 games for the High-Wheelers. They scored 4 runs both the last 2 games in each of the second innings, if you will. Friday night, a 4-run inning. Yesterday, a 4-run second, largely because of Kirby's 2-run homer yesterday. Next pitch inside, ball 1 to Justin. 1 ball, 2 strikes. No score. Top of the second inning. And Christian Cosby kicks and delivers, and Kirby takes just outside ball 2 at 80 miles an hour. And the count moves now to, scoreboard has 2 balls and 2 strikes, so we'll go with that. So 2-2 the count to Kirby with Banks on deck. 0-0 top of the second. Cosby delivers, and Kirby swings, and he flies this one deep to left field, and he has done it again, specifically in the second inning. Just sneaked over that 10-foot wall, and a 79-mile-an-hour pitch there, and Kirby hits it out. So the second inning has gone well, not only for the High-Wheelers late, but also for Kirby, who circles the bases for the 6th time this year, and it's his 21st run batted in. So Kirby goes deep, and the High-Wheelers have grabbed a 1-0 lead. And now it'll be Kirkland Banks to the plate. Banks bats at .295. He has 5 homers, 20 runs batted in. Well, Banks, a home run yesterday. And Cosby delivers, and Banks takes outside ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Banks, a 2-run homer in the second yesterday. It was the 1-0 pitch. High fastball, swing and miss, 1-1. Let me correct one thing. I had said Kirby yesterday in the second inning had homered. Actually, he homered in the 3rd inning and then in the 5th yesterday. Kirby in the second inning yesterday reached on a force play and scored a run, but his home runs started in the 3rd inning and then in the 5th. As Banks swings and fouls into the backstop, 1-2, but Banks had homered in the second inning yesterday. So regardless, Justin Kirby in the early portion of the game last couple of days is homered. 1-0 Yolo. Top of the second, Cosby's pitch, and that swung on, and that's driven deep toward left field, and that is going to land fair. The ball goes into the corner down to foul ground. It's dug out by the left fielder Halsema, and in the second with a slide is Banks as the throw comes in toward the third baseman Hubbard. So 80-mile-an-hour pitch right there. And a breaking ball, and Banks able to swat it down the left field line, so he has a double. And now Kyle Guerra will have a plate appearance for the first time in this series, this Oakland portion of the series. Last 2 days, Guerra, identical totals. Came into the game as a pinch runner and did just that, scored a run. So now Cosby deals, and Guerra tied up in knots at a 94-mile-an-hour pitch on the inner half, fouls one to the screen, 0-1. Guerra, 286 in limited action. No homers. He has 6 runs batted in. So Guerra getting the start in left field today. Second time over the course of these 6 games that he has started in left field, a place he had not started at all until a few days ago. So Banks at second with 1 out, 1-0 Yolo. Cosby looked back at second base and now delivers, and Guerra takes, and that is low for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike to Kyle Guerra. So again, Guerra in left field today, and in left field we usually see Jose Gonzalez. We either see Jose at left or at first, but Jose gets the day off today, the 1-1. And Guerra drops the bunt up on the grass, third base side. Glove by Hubbard, his throw to first. Not in time. Good pick there by the first baseman, Martinez. Good backhand pick. But Guerra, well, we mentioned we see him a lot as a pinch runner because of his speed. We see him there utilize his speed. He hits a bunt single and moves Banks to third. 3 straight one-out hits for Yolo. 1-0 Yolo. And the Highwheelers mentioned the second inning success over the last 2 games here. Now over the course of 2+ games, specifically in the second inning, have scored a total of 9 runs. And now it's Mendoza, 164, 2 homers, 12 RBIs. And the pitch on the way to Angel, and he takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. So Mendoza back in there as the number 1 catcher. Mason Minzy started yesterday, so he is not in there today. So Banks at second, Guerra at first. We'll see if Guerra goes. He does. Mendoza takes outside. They threw down to second, and safe there with a dive is Guerra. Holding at third base is Banks. It was the second baseman, Smith, to take the throw from the catcher, Horner. So give Kyle Guerra a steal of second, and that is Kyle's 5th steal this year without being caught. So now no chance of a forced double play. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count with 1 out. 1-0 Yolo. And the pitch to Mendoza, pop-up foul right side, 1-2. So Cosby obviously hoping for a strikeout or a pop-out here. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Now the infield is back, so ground ball past the mound, unless it's a hard hit ground ball to third, likely gets a run in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch, and Mendoza swings and a pop-up foul right side toward the concourse, and the count holds at 1-2. I mentioned Mendoza has scuffled offensively this season. 5 hits in his last 45 at-bats. It's a 111 clip in that span. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to count, but the ballers are saying, go ahead, we'll give you another run. We know that, I mean, look at what happened yesterday. The Highwheelers had a 10-0 lead, and that went away within a couple of innings, although Yolo was able to come back and still win the game. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch, and Mendoza swings and misses strike 3. Well, 81-mile-an-hour slider right there, and he had to keep that ball away from Mendoza, and did, and Mendoza chased it, came up empty. 4th strikeout for Cosby. 1-0 Yolo, top of the second, and now for the second time in as many innings, Yolo will go to the top of its order for the center fielder, Braylon Skinner. He singled to right in the first and then stole second and then stole third, but that's as far as he got as Cosby deals low, 1-0. So big moment early here. I know keywords early, top of the second inning. It's 1-0 Yolo, but they sit to the outfield. Likely plates too. Likely would go from 1-0 to 3-0. And Cosby, we know, is able to get strikeouts in big times. 1 ball, no strike pitch, and that's a fastball. Swing and a miss at 95 miles an hour, strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Banks is at third. Guerra is at second. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Outfield around to the left. And Cosby delivers. And that's low and in, ball 2. And the count's of 2 balls and a strike from Cosby, who's got some time in the Kansas City Royals system. He's been as high as Double-A Northwest Arkansas. So 2 balls and 1 strike to count with 2 out, with Marine on deck. Runners at second and third, the 2-1, and a breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 2. 82 miles an hour there. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Braylon Skinner. So Skinner 5 hits over his last 3 games. 6 hits over the 5 games these two teams have played over the course of this week. 6 for 23 in that span. 2 ball, 2 strike pitch, and he takes low and in, ball 3. So now 3 balls and 2 strikes. This becomes a very big pitch here because you have Marine, who really has been the hottest hitter of late, waiting on deck for Yolo. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to count with 2 out. Mentioned Cosby, 27 years old, so he's I'd say considerably older than most of the players in this league. I'd say the average age of the players in this league around 23. Runners at second and third, the 3-2, and Skinner swings and hits one towards short. Bobbled by the shortstop. Jefferson couldn't really get a grip on it. Everybody is safe. Banks scores 2-0 Yolo. Garrett goes to third. And that's a tough play right there for the shortstop Jefferson. That just looked like he was handcuffed with that. And considering the speed of Skinner, I'd say looks like I think it'll be. So I think they're going to go with a hit here. We'll talk more about that in a moment. One thing not debatable is it's 2-0 Yolo. So Banks scores. Guerra goes to third. So we'll maybe discuss it more between innings on either that or maybe we'll just go all outside and play Rochambeau. 2-0 in favor of Yolo. Runners at the corners, and the pitch as Skinner goes. Marine takes outside, throw down to second base, and sliding in safely there is Skinner. That is his 3rd stolen base this afternoon. Holding at third is Guerra. 2-0 in favor of Yolo, top of the 2nd inning. So Skinner steals second. So once again, it's a 2nd and 3rd situation with 2 out and the 2-0. And Marine takes down the middle, strike 1. 2 balls and a strike. Skinner now with 18 steals, and that matches Bobby Leday for tops on Yolo. So 2 balls and 1 strike to count. And from the set, Cosby delivers, and Marine swings and drives one foul down toward the general admission seats right side. And the count to Marine is at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 4 steals already for Yolo. Remember, Guerra had one as well in this inning. So base it to the outfield, could make it 4-0. Wouldn't that be something? It would have been 3 straight games all in the 2nd inning that Yolo scores 4 times. The 2-2, and that's foul to the backstop at 94 miles an hour. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count to Marine. So we'll, I guess, debate more on that ball that Skinner hit. That was just one of those where it looked like Jefferson's hands were tied right there. So we have yet to have an official ruling on that. I haven't forgotten yet, but I think we'll talk about it between innings. 2-2 pitch outside, ball 3. And the count's now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. So 3-2 the count with Bobby Leday on deck. Runner at third base is Guerra. Skinner is at second. 2-0 Yolo, top of the 2nd inning. And the 3 ball, 2 strike pitch, here it is. And that swung on and grounded in the left field, a base hit. And to score is Guerra. Skinner is on his way home. He will score. Now Marine on his way to second. The throw from the cutoff man, the pitcher Cosby, goes into center. Marine gets up. He's on his way to third. And he'll make it there safely standing up. And absolutely amazing. That's now every game in this series, meaning the Oakland-based games, Yolo has had a 4-run 2nd inning. Wonder what the mathematical probability of that would be. Now Marine now make it 4-0 Yolo. give Marine a single, 2 RBIs. Remember, he had 5 RBIs yesterday. And now Marine has reached base safely in his last 25 games.
Ballers fans, yesterday we had a fan that traveled all the way from New York City, but today we have somebody who actually has them beat. We have Mel Meacham in attendance.
Now Marine single, 2 RBIs, second on the throw, and then error on the pitcher Cosby because Marine on his way to second, Cosby, the pitcher, cut the ball off when the throw from the left fielder Halsman. Then Cosby tried to throw Marine out at second, and the ball went into center, and Marine went to third. So, single for Marine, 2 RBIs. He now has 39 RBIs this year. Second on the throw to third on the E1 by the pitcher Cosby. And now the 8th man to bat in the inning is Bobby Leday. It's a 4-0 Yolo lead, and Leday swings and a high deep fly ball down the left field line toward the corner, and this ball is foul. So Leday just a high arcing deep drive foul left side. And the count's at no balls and 1 strike with a 4-0 lead for Yolo. Leday struck out swinging in the first. And the pitch on the way. He rolls this one to shortstop. It's gobbled up by Jefferson, and his throw to first by an eyelash gets Leday, and that prevents any further damage by Yolo. 4 runs for Yolo. We'll worry about the hit total when we get back. There was at least 1 error. So all we know definitely there were 4 runs and 1 left. So we'll discuss that other play between innings. We go to the bottom of the second. It's now 4-0 Yolo leading Oakland on YouTube Live.
I just don't think if he catches it clean and gets it and sets, I don't think he gets skipped.
It was a one-hopper. Yeah, I just think that's a really
But it was in the hole.
He got to him quick. He takes like 2 or 3 steps over or something.
You should have played back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that play is made 7 out of 10 times. That's the whole thing. If you think it's made 7 out of 10 times, yeah. If you think it's made 7
Leading
out
off
of 10
the bottom of
times,
the
then it's
second
an
inning for the Ballers,
I don't think
first
it's a
baseman
routine
number
average
23, Noah Martinez.
On we go to the bottom of the second, and Yolo has a 4-0 lead over Oakland. Doug Greenwald with you on YouTube Live. And Noah Martinez to lead it off against J.C. Ariza, who is out of the 3-quarter windup. And the pitch to Martinez is a strike called on the inside corner. No balls and a strike. Well, we are still debating the play on the ball hit by Braylon Skinner, that infield the ball he hit towards shortstop that handcuffed Miles Jefferson as the pitch is inside to Martinez, ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Martinez comes up at 298, 6 homers, 23 RBIs. The windup of the 1-1, and he takes a strike on the inside corner from Ariza. So 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. So some of the crew here looking at replays of that ball, so we still don't have an answer for you. The 1-2 pitch, and that's up and away, ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Martinez, Smith, Horner, 5, 6, 7 to face J.C. Ariza. 4-0 Yolo. The windup in the 2-2. And Martinez swings and swats one high and foul left side. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So we discussing with pretty much everybody. I think just about everybody in the press box has about a half and a half answer on that one. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Martinez. The windup and the pitch. And that's low and in, ball 3. So now 3 balls and 2 strikes. So, folks, we haven't forgotten about you. We just, not yet. We just don't have an answer yet. Hopefully by the inning break. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The windup and the payoff. And Martinez takes, and that is high, ball 4. And a leadoff walk. So Martinez will go down to first base. 4-0 Yolo.
Number 3, Jalen Smith.
And now it's Jalen Smith who bats at .275. He has 6 home runs, and he has 18 RBIs. Martinez 1 steal this year. He has not been caught, so Blackford will hold him on. 4-0 High Wheelers. Top half of the second inning, or bottom half of the second, and the pitch to Smith, and a good backhand pick there by the catcher Mendoza, pitching the dirt ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. So that is crazy. I mean, you think about it. Every game that has been played here this weekend, meaning Friday, Saturday, and now Sunday, Yolo's had a 4-run second. The 1-0 here. And Smith takes a breaking ball, and that is up and away, ball 2. And the count's at 2 balls and no strikes from J.C. Ariza, who mentioned grew up in northern New Jersey, went to Seton Hall Prep. That's different than Seton Hall University. 2 balls, no strikes. Martinez at first, and the pitch, and that is low, ball 3. So 3 balls and no strikes. And Ariza ended up going to school at University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, down in Edinburgh, down right by the Mexico border. So 3 balls, no strikes, the count. As Ariza looks over his left shoulder, checks Martinez, who leads at first. 3 balls, no strikes, and the pitch, and Smith is hit with it. So Smith, who coming in at .275 with 6 homers and 18 RBIs, is hit with a pitch for the second time this year. Well, after the 4-run lead, Ariza's walked the leadoff man and now has hit the next guy. And the catcher Mendoza will go out and have a visit with Ariza, and this will allow time for the Yolo pitching coach, Jerome Williams, to come out and slow things down a little bit. I talked to Jerome after the game yesterday. I was asking about the rotation with the double headers we have coming up against Rocky Mountain. And he says other than Cameron Rapetti starting on Tuesday, the single game at 4:30 on Tuesday, Jerome still is not 100% sure. He told me he'll have a much better idea later tonight on the rest of the rotation. And it could be something to the effect of maybe Dawson Lane, who normally starts the second game of every series, but maybe Dawson would still start on Wednesday, but maybe Dawson starts game 2. Maybe they go with a bullpen game in game 2, so Jerome just doesn't have it all yet figured out, at least when I communicated with him last night. So now it's Colton Horner who bats at .244. He has 1 home run, and he has 10 RBIs. The lead is 4-0 Yolo. Bottom half of the second inning. Martinez at second, Smith at first. And Ariza comes set, first base side of the rubber. Kicks and comes home. And Horner takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. So the first 3 games over the 6-game set with Oakland, we saw Tyler Lozano, and now that was Olin Davis. And now we see the other Oakland catcher and Horner all 3 games here in Oakland. Runners lead at first and second in the 0-1. And Horner swings on a ground ball to second. Grab by Lede. Goes to Marine at second for 1. And the shortstop sort of Blackford at first. That's a double play. So thank you very much, Ariza. Martinez moves to third. But Horner is out. 4-6-3 on the double play. Second short first. Lede, Marine, Blackford. So 2 out, runner at third. 4-0 Yolo. Bottom half of the second, and now it's Miles Jefferson at 329. 3 home runs, 27 RBIs. Jefferson 0 for 2 yesterday, then was lifted for a pinch hitter. Lifted for the pinch hitter Smith in the 5th inning. Jefferson 0 for 5 in the Oakland-based games of this set as he takes low outside ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. Jefferson 0 for his last 7. And 1 for his last 11 for Miles Jefferson. So 1 ball and no strikes the count. A 2 out, runner at third base. That's Martinez and the 1-0, and Jefferson is swing and a miss. Fastball there. That is strike 1. And the count's a 1 ball and 1 strike to Jefferson, who was born in Milwaukee, 23 years old, played 2 years at Sam Houston State in Huntsville, Texas. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch, and that swung on, slapped to second base. 1 hop, grabbed by Leday, and he'll throw to Blackford at first. Jefferson is out, and Ariza, large reason getting that double play ball by Horner. And nobody scores in the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left. We go to inning number 3 from Oakland. 4-0 Yolo out in front on YouTube Live.
Would you believe me if I told you that was actually Steve Harvey that read that? The only reason he did is because you can watch every Ballers game on Flow Sports, but you can also catch every Friday Night Ballers game on KPIX Plus. If you're not at a game, be sure to tune into KPIX on Fridays to watch. Ask your favorite sports bar to put it on.
I think he only had to take like 3 steps to get over to it.
But does he get him? The question.
Yeah,
It's a long throw.
So hard to handle, but it can't get one hop so got it. And he's not super good. Well, point years keeping it, I think, so we gotta know he's able to throw him out. Do you know what I mean? I know he's Jefferson average work to get him.
That was, I really think that was an error.
You thought it was?
Yeah, 100%.
Me too, huh?
I think I judge it by should you have fielded that cleanly, which is sometimes you get a hard luck error. You might not have thrown him out, but you should have fielded that cleanly and been able to make a play.
That's a hit then.
No, but if you should have been able to make the play cleanly, that's an error.
You thought that play should have.
Braden Blackford leads off the top of the 3rd inning. It is 4-0 Yolo, and he takes outside from Christian Cosby, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Blackford, Smith, and Kirby, 4, 5, and 6. Blackford, the only one not to bat in that 4-run second, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Blackford struck out looking in the 1st inning on a call he did not like from plate umpire Grant Myers. So 1 ball and 1 strike. There is still discussion about that play that the ball Skinner hit in the 2nd inning toward the shortstop Jefferson as Blackford swings and misses strike 2. Foul tips that one in the glove of the catcher Horner. So 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. So a 4-0 lead for the High Wheelers. Outfield deep straight away. Blackford chokes up an inch. Cosby's pitch is in the dirt, ball 2. And the count's now with 2 balls and 2 strikes. So I actually finally got to see a replay of it, and my knee-jerk reaction was hit. When I looked at the replay, thought it was maybe more of a gettable ball by Jefferson. But I'm not the one who makes the decision. But we would like a decision soon. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch, and Blackford a foul to the screen. And the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes to Braden Blackford. I mentioned Blackford getting the start at first today, so Jose Gonzalez and Alejandro Figueiredo, who pretty much flip-flop at first, but both get the day off. So that's why Blackford's in at first. The kick on the 2-2, swinging a foul to the backstop. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Figueiredo really more injury-related coming out. And I admit I texted manager Billy Horton before the game today, did not hear back what the injury was to Figueiredo, but he left due to injury after he pulled into second base with a double yesterday. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and Cosby deals, and Blackford is swinging a miss at a curve, strike 3. And he is down on strikes for the second time this afternoon. 5 strikeouts for Cosby, 1 down. And here is the right fielder, Tanner Smith, who struck out looking in the second inning. 4-0 in favor of Yolo. Top half of the third. Well, Smith led off that 4-run second by striking out. It was Kirby who got the team on the board with a home run. So the pitch on the way, and that was taken for a ball, but Oakland is challenging that, and it's been overturned to a strike. So Tanner Smith did not like the fact that was overturned, but it is a rule. So no balls and 1 strike to count with 1 out. Outfield deep straight away. And the kick and the pitch, and Smith goes down for this one on a pop-up foul left side, strike 2. And the count moves now to no balls and 2 strikes here at Raimondi Park, which was redone to get this into professional baseball standards. The 0-2 pitch, and that's outside ball 1-2. 312 down the left field line, 398 to straightaway center, and 321 into the right field corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count with 1 out. And the pitch, and Smith made a motion and he went around, said the third base umpire, Ricardo Rodriguez. And Smith strikes out for the second time today. So Cosby now up to 6 strikeouts this afternoon. Now 36 strikeouts over the course of his 4 games, specifically against Yolo this year. Now it's Justin Kirby who bats. And it was Kirby with a solo home run in the second to get the High Wheelers on the board. Kirby 3 homers now over the course of his last 2 games. Outfield deep straight away. And the pitch on the way to Kirby, and he swings on a foul to the backstop, strike 1-0-1. I talked to Kirby after the game yesterday, and I asked him about his home runs, and Kirby mentioned that the first home run yesterday, he was just trying to be aggressive early in the zone. He knew he had to trust himself, and he had a, quote, go mindset as he takes strike 2 on the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Kirby talked about his second homer. He said there he was trying to protect with 2 strikes, got the ball high enough with minimum effort, and the breaking ball was just left up. The kick on the 0-2, high fastball, swing and a miss, strike 3, and he is out. So Cosby retires the side in order and strikes out the side. 7 strikeouts now for Cosby. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We go to the bottom of the third inning, 4-0 in favor of the Yolo High Wheelers over the Oakland Ballers on YouTube Live.
Tyler, what's the official on that?
You know, I might switch that. I mean, let's hold on. Let's all watch it one more time.
I got it over here.
You have it over there?
Yeah, let me see it over here.
Pull it up.
So I'll watch it one more time.
Come on over.
We go to the bottom half of the third inning, 4-0 Yolo. All right, we have a verdict on the ball that Braylon Skinner for Yolo hit in the second inning. And, I like it. We all discuss it, and we look at replays, which we are allowed to do for scoring matters. I'll tell you what the verdict is in a moment. Peyton Harden leads it off, and he pushes a bunt up along third, foul strike one. No balls and a strike. So, I admit I discussed this with Tyler Peterson, the Oakland broadcaster, we have the scoreboard operator, the public address announcer. We have the analytics person up here, and we all looked at the replay and all did kind of a hit error. We kind of did a poll, and after further review, it is going to be an error charged to Miles Jefferson. The 0-1 pitch, and Harden swings, grounds one right up the middle, and through into center. Base hit. He hit that one right to the legs of the pitcher Ariza, and into center field for a base hit. So Harden had a lot of action today, and finally he gets to come to the plate almost an hour into the game. So Harden a single. Harden entering play at 3:31 with 2 homers and 20 runs batted in. So Harden is aboard, and that is hit number 2 for Oakland. It is 4-0 Yolo. And now for the second time this afternoon, Oakland will go to the top of its order for the center fielder, Austin Davis. And J.C. Ariza from the set delivers, and Davis takes outside low, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. So Skinner, as it turns out, reaches on an error charged to the shortstop Jefferson. So that's an E6. Banks scored, but there is no RBI for Skinner because there were 2 out. 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch on the way, and that swung on and hit deep to left field and just over the head of the left fielder Guerra. The ball off the wall and now hustling towards second base and diving in safely there is a double. The throw from Guerra went past the second baseman Leday, but it was backed up by the first baseman Blackford. So Harden to third. Davis has a double. And now just like that, second and third, nobody out, and Trevor Halsema comes up. The other thing that changes in that inning are the earned runs to Cosby, because that was a 2-out error, and then right after that he gave up a 2-run single to Marine. So the totals in that second inning for Yolo were 4 runs, 4 hits. There was 1 error and 1 left. All right, now we're caught up. Gives Oakland 2 errors now for the game. Actually, yeah, there were 2 errors in that inning. That's right, I forgot about the overthrow the pitcher Cosby had trying to get Marine, so there were 2 errors. So 4 runs, 4 hits, 2 errors in that inning in the second and 1 left. All right, now back to the game. As Halsema takes a breaking pitch for a strike on the inside corner at 74 miles an hour. No balls and 1 strike, so infield's back here. They'll be more than happy to exchange a run for an out this early in the game, in the way that we all know that we saw yesterday that this is not much of a lead at this stage in the game. The kick in the 0-1, and that's fouled off right side toward the soccer field to my right. No balls and 2 strikes the count. So 0-2 the count, and Ariza would love a strikeout right here. Runners lead at second and third. And the no ball, 2 strike pitch, and Halsema swings a liner foul up along third. No balls, 2 strikes. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Yolo, no runs, 3 hits, and 2 errors for Oakland. 0-2 the count. And 2 the count to Halsema, fly to center his first time. Harden's at third, Davis at second, and Ariza kicks in the 0-2 when Halsema swings and he flies 1 deep toward right field, but 2 is right to make the catch. Smith tagging from third is Harden, he will score. Tagging from second and going to third with a slide is Davis, and it is now 4-1 Yolo. So nice job there by Halsema. Sacrifice fly, that's just as good as a ground out to advance the runners. So give Halsema a sac fly and an RBI. And of course, Halsema's not charged with an at-bat there. And he picks up his team-high 44th run batted in. So runner at third, 1 out. 4-1 Yolo, and now J.P. Gates bats for the second time. He singled to center in the first inning. So a 4-1 lead for the High Wheelers as Ariza kicks and delivers, and that pitch is up and away, ball one. And the count moves now to 1 ball and no strikes from Ariza, who again came off the injured list a couple of weeks ago and then got moved to the bullpen. And now he's back in the rotation. The 1-0, and Gates takes outside ball 2-0. Remember, Sean Gamelin was released. He had started a handful of games for Yolo this year. Chris Anglin, who we saw yesterday, he was activated from the injured list. So Anglin back in the bullpen, and that forces Ariza back into the rotation. The 2-0, late swing and a miss, strike one to Gates. 2 balls and 1 strike. 4-1 Yolo leading Oakland, bottom of the third. So Ariza began the year in the rotation, went to the bullpen, and now back into the rotation as Gates swings, and he bloops this one toward left field. Base hit. Fair ball near the line. In to score from third is Davis. And Gates, a bloop single to left, and it's 4-2 now in favor of the Yolo High Wheelers. So J.P. Gates has his 5th RBI. All have been this week against Yolo. So Davis ends up scoring. And now the tying run comes up, and it's Dondre Hubbard. Ariza, 9th appearance overall for him, and his 4th start. Again, he was on the injured list because of a biceps issue. Hubbard lined to short his first time. So now it's 4-2 Yolo, and Hubbard with 1 swing at equal matters, and he takes outside ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes to Hubbard. But Ariza, his last 2 outings prior to today were in the bullpen, and he pitched well in those. The kick in the 1-0, and Hubbard takes outside ball 2. Off-speed pitch at 73 miles an hour. 2 balls, no strikes. Ariza over his last 2 outings, again, both relief appearances, 4 2/3 shutout innings. He's combined for that. 0-1 record against Oakland this year for Ariza as Hubbard swings, and he flies one foul down the left field side. And the count's now at 2 balls and 1 strike. Yeah, Ariza, this is his 5th appearance against Oakland, his 2nd start against the Ballers. His numbers specifically in games against Oakland, 0-1 with a 3.38 ERA entering play today. So 2 balls, 1 strike to count with 1 out. Small lead at first by Gates, not a ton of speed. And the pitch on the way, and Hubbard takes, and that is high ball 3. So the count's now at 3 balls and 1 strike with a 4-2 Yolo advantage, 3rd inning, bottom half. Doug Greenwald with you on YouTube Live. So 3 balls, 1 strike with 1 out. And Ariza ready to go, delivers, and Hubbard swings and a high drive to left field, and we are tied. You can forget it. So just like that, 4-4 here in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Dondre Hubbard, can almost sense that was going to come right there at 3-1. Ariza had to come in with it, and Hubbard sent it way out to left for his team-high 11th homer. And RBIs 37 and 38.
407 feet. Now batting for the Ballers.
So 4-4 now.
Martinez.
Still 1 out, and now it's Noah Martinez who comes up. Martinez, he walked in the 2nd. And Ariza out of the windup delivers, and that's outside ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes the count. Home run allowed by Ariza is the 5th he has given up this year. The kick in the 1-0, and that's fouled off left side, strike 1. And the count's now at 1 ball and 1 strike. So 4 runs, 5 hits, and no errors for Yolo. 4 runs, 5 hits, and 2 errors for Oakland. So 4-4 here. The kick on the 1-1. And Martinez takes, and that's Low ball 2-2-1. So 9 combined home runs yesterday. So far we have seen 2 home runs combined today, 1 for each side. The windup in the 2-1, and Martinez hits this one on the ground and threw into right field, a base hit. So Martinez into the hit column as the right fielder Smith gets the ball in towards second. 5th hit of this inning for the Ballers.
Batting for the Ballers, second baseman number 3.
And trying to see if anybody's going to be getting loose on that Yolo right field bullpen. Bullpen is just to the fair side of the right field foul pole, and Oakland's bullpen just next door, closer to the scoreboard and video board, which is out in right center. Now it's Jalen Smith, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. So Hubbard, back-to-back days with a home run, now 3 over the course of the 6 games this week between these two clubs. The 0-1, and that's hit to third base. It's gloved by Banks, goes to Lede at second for 1, and on to Blackford at first. That is a double play to conclude the 3rd inning, but the damage done. 4 runs for Oakland to tie it. A 2-run homer by Hubbard to tie it. So each team's had a 4-run inning today. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors, and nobody left. We move to the 4th. It is 4-4, Yolo and Oakland on YouTube Live.
If you're like me and your stomach is starting to growl, and you're not thinking about it, maybe some fries, maybe you don't want chicken tenders, maybe you don't want a burger, not to say that they're not all delicious from our concession stand, but we do have a Mexican food truck out there down the right field line through the tunnel on the first base side. Taqueria Extras, our friends from Hayward, California. I've had a burrito from them already. I saw at least a couple people already with some food as well, so I'm seeing some good thumbs up from them as well. So if you're interested in some fire Mexican food, it is through the tunnel on the first base line, past the bathrooms on the right.
Well, on we go to the 4th inning, and we're off and running this afternoon. 4-4, Yolo and Oakland. Again, each team has had a 4-run inning. Each team has had a home run. And it'll be Kirkland Banks to lead it off for Yolo against Christian Cosby, who I'm sure has a bit of a new life to live right here after he gave up 4 runs in the 2nd. Banks to get it going, and then it's Guerra and Mendoza, bottom 3rd of the Yolo order. So 4 runs on 5 hits, no errors for Yolo, 4 runs, 6 hits, and 2 errors for Oakland. And now Cosby to face Kirkland Banks. Cosby in the short green sleeves, ready to go. Kicks and the pitch, and Banks takes, and that's outside, ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. So 4-4, top half of the 4th inning. Outfield medium depth and straightaway for Banks, and the pitch, and Kirkland takes, and that's a strike on the inside corner. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Banks doubled and then scored in that 4-run, 4-hit Yolo 2nd inning. That's Cosby, long black curly hair to the back of his cap deals, outside, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike from Cosby. Richard Cosby played at a very good Division III baseball program, Chapman University in Orange, California. 2 balls, 1 strike. As Cosby delivers, and that's low ball 3. And the count's now at 3 balls and 1 strike from Cosby. A lot of people think Cosby will be picked up the way he has pitched so far this year. Oakland's had a few pitchers get signed or almost signed. The kick on the 3-1, and Banks flies this one to right. Peyton Harden is right there, and the right fielder makes the catch. And Banks is out. 1 down. Top of the 4th inning. 4-4, Yolo in Oakland. Top half of the 4th. And now the left fielder, Kyle Guerra, comes up. Guerra, a bunt single, a steal, and he scored on the 2-run single by Marine in the 2nd inning. 4-4, Yolo in Oakland, top half of the 4th. Doug Greenwald with you on YouTube Live. Third baseman Hubbard even with the bag and off the line. And the pitch on the way, and that is inside ball 1 to Kyle Guerra. And the count moves now to 1 ball and no strikes. And, you know, look at some of the Oakland pitchers. Elijah Pleasance, who we saw here about a month ago, the 1-0. Foul to the backstop, strike 1-1-1. He was signed by the Giants. Another one of the Oakland players, Tyler Davis, pitcher. He was signed by the White Sox. And then Carson Lambert was supposed to have been signed by Toronto. The kick on the 1-1, and Guerra takes a strike on the outside corner. And the count's now at 1 ball and 2 strikes, so the game tied at 4, top half of the 4th. And then we talked a lot about Lambert when he faced Yolo a few days ago. The 1-2, and Guerra swinging a miss, pitch in the dirt, strike 3. The catcher, Horner, has to pick the baseball up, and he will throw on to Martinez at first. And Guerra is out. Strikeout, put out goes 2-3. Up to 8 strikeouts now for Christian Cosby. So 2 down. Cosby struck out the side in order. Everybody swinging, specifically in that 3rd inning. That's now set down the last 6 high-wheelers to face him. Now it's Mendoza. He struck out swinging in the 2nd inning. 4-4, Yolo and Oakland. And the first pitch to Mendoza, and that's popped up foul first base side, and that'll land on top of the Yolo first base dugout. Strike 1. And the count's at no balls and 1 strike. So 0-1 the count to Angel Mendoza. Cosby again from the belt, makes the pitch, and Mendoza takes an off-speed delivery. Strike 2 call on the outside corner. No balls, 2 strikes. But yeah, Lambert, something to do with a physical or some health-related matter that the Blue Jays did not sign him. I mean, he certainly was healthy enough to come back here and pitch for Oakland. The 0-2, and Mendoza swinging a miss at a 82-mile-an-hour curveball, strike 3. Mendoza is out. 9 more strikeouts today for Cosby, who has struck out 39 high-wheelers this year. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. Good shutdown inning for Cosby. I guess most shutdown innings are, but especially after Oakland had just tied it. So nothing across. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's 4-4, Yolo and Oakland on YouTube Live.
Prescott Night Market is a gathering place that comes alive once a month on Thursday nights from June to October between 4 and 8 p.m. It unites residents, food makers, artisans, entrepreneurs, and local businesses in celebration of our rich and diverse community. The first 3 night markets occur during Oakland Ballers home games. This event is open and free to the public.
Ballers fans, we are going to play Elephant March. I'm here with Josh and Elijah. They have pantyhose on their head. They're going to have to knock over the cans on the ground using just the pantyhose with this little ball in here. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go! I'm setting it back up. Setting it back up. There you go. Wow, that was quick. We have Elijah
off the bottom of the fourth inning for the Ballers, the catcher, number 27, Colton Horner.
Moving along to the bottom half of the fourth inning, it is 4-4, Yolo in Oakland. Doug Greenwald with you on YouTube Live. Bottom third of the Oakland order up to face J.C. Ariza, who did not have a good third inning where he allowed 4 runs, including the 2-run homer to Dondre Hubbard that tied the game. Colton Horner leads it off. He's 0 for 1, grounded into a double play his first time, and he swings and he lines this ball in the left field, and that'll get down for a base hit. And Horner takes a big turn at first. The left fielder, Guerra, moving to his right, got to the ball when it deflected a few feet to his right, and then had to chase it down again. But Horner had a single all the way, and it is just that. So Horner, he singles the left. He is 1 for 2 now. And in a way, Oakland picking up from where it left off in the third inning. A quick single for Horner. 7 hits now for the Ballers, who, even though they lost yesterday, still had 17 hits. Now Jefferson, he's 0 for 1. And the pitch on the way to Jefferson, and he bunts this one up along third. Foul, strike 1. No balls and 1 strike. Yeah, 17 hits yesterday allowed by Yolo. That's the most hits against Yolo this year. But yet, as I said, they were still able to somehow pull that one out. Crazy game yesterday. Billy Horton, the manager, saying that he was really proud of the guys to show their grit and determination not to, let that 10-0 lead evaporate. And then the team did not evaporate after that. They were able to hold it together and come back. And I say come back, even though they were trailed, but recovered from that 10-10 tie to score the next 3 runs and win 13-10 as the 0-1 pitch inside, ball 1 to Jefferson. And the count's at 1 ball and 1 strike now to Miles Jefferson. Well, the runner at first base is Horner, being held on by Blackford. And Ariza from the high set. Now turned throw to first and back safely with a dive is Horner. Jefferson Mitchell was born in Milwaukee, but grew up in Katy, Texas, just outside of Houston, and then went a little over an hour north to school at Sam Houston State. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch, and Jefferson takes a breaking ball that drops in nicely for a strike on the inside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. And then Sam Houston, while Jefferson was there in 2023, so last year, part of a Sam Houston State Bearcat team that made the NCAA baseball tournament. In the middle infield looking to turn 2, the 1-2, and Jefferson a swing and a pop-up foul right side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It is 4-4, Yolo in Oakland, bottom half of the 4th inning. Doug Greenwald with you on YouTube Live. We'll be with you. We'll be back on Flow Sports and YouTube Live coming up on Tuesday for what will be an 8-game series against Rocky Mountain. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Ariza delivers. And that swung on and hit past the mound toward short. To his left, Marine steps on second for 1. His sort of Blackford sails well over the head of Braden. Ball stayed in play, though. And Jefferson will be safe at first. So that'll be a force at second. They do get the lead runner, 6 unassisted there. Jefferson now 0 for 2. Becomes the runner at first base. It is 4-4, Yolo in Oakland. And now Peyton Harden comes up. He singled and scored in the 3rd inning. So 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Yolo, 4 runs, 7 hits, and 2 errors for Oakland. And now Peyton Harden will come up for the 2nd time. Is J.C. Arita ready to go? And the pitch on the way to Harden, who got that 4-run 2nd inning going with a single. And he takes outside, ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes to Harden. Again, the former Southland Conference Player of the Year when he was at McNeese State. 1 ball and no strikes, the count. Harden, while he was in college, predominantly played center field. And of course, the Ballers have had him in center and in right. First year of pro ball for Peyton Harden. Lead at first base by Jefferson, being held on by Blackford. 4-4, bottom of the fourth. Ariza delivers, and Harden a big swing and a miss with a 74-mile-an-hour curve. Strike one. And the count's at 1 ball and 1 strike. Harden last year was at State College in the MLB Draft League. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch, and that's up and away, ball 2. 2-1. So I guess you could say last year was partially a first pro year for him, but really his first full pro season is right now. 2 balls, 1 strike to count with 1 out. Outfield around to the left. Big hole in right center. Jefferson at first. And Ariza's pitch, and Harden takes, and that's up and away, ball 3. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to count. And we'll see if Jefferson goes right here. They have 3 balls and 2 strikes. 4-4, bottom of the fourth. And turn through to first. Ariza thinking the same thing I was. Throws over there. And Jefferson back safely with a dive. Jefferson, good speed, 13 steals. He's been caught 3 times. 4-4, Yolo Oakland. Bottom of the fourth inning. And Ariza ready to go. Delivers. Jefferson goes. Harden takes. Outside, ball 4. And now a 1-out threat for Oakland, first and second. And for the 3rd time this afternoon, Oakland will go to the top of its order for the center fielder, Miles Davis. I'm sorry. Let's try that again, Doug. Austin Davis. So Jefferson is second, Harden at first. Now it's Austin Davis, part of that 4-run 4th inning with a double. And then he scored on the RBI single by Gates. Nobody warming in that Yolo bullpen as Ariza ready to go from the belt. Looks back at second and the pitch. And that's in the dirt, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to count from J.C. Ariza out of University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Ariza, who had 1 game of pro experience last year with Rocky Mountain, but really his first when you dig into it. Really first pro experience this year. Middle infield looking at turn 2, and the pitch, and that's swung on, and that's lifted toward the line in right and out of play. First baseman Blackford. Ball one had a little more carry to it than I thought. First baseman Blackford went out for it down the right field line. Right fielder Smith came in. And the count's at 1 ball and 1 strike. Game tied at 4. Bottom half of the 4th inning. Yolo and Oakland. Ariza played at Howard College in Texas. It's a junior college out in West Texas, out in Big Spring, Texas. And then his connection to UT Rio Grande Valley is one of the coaches he had at Howard College. Went on to coach at Rio Grande Valley and brought Ariza with him. The 1-1. And that's low outside, ball 2. So 2 balls and a strike to count from Ariza, who is a first-generation American. Ariza telling me that his mother was born in Cuba and his father born in Colombia. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Runners lead at first and second, and the pitch. And a breaking ball taken for a strike on the inside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 4-4, Yolo Oakland, bottom of the 4th inning. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Ariza mentioned that both his parents came to the United States when they were roughly 10 years old. So pretty much his parents grew up in the U.S., but they were both native of Latin American countries. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count with 1 out. Runners at first and second, 4-4, bottom 4. And the 2-2 pitch, and that's in the dirt, ball 3, 3-2. Ariza telling me that he is, for the most part, fluent in Spanish. Obviously, both his parents speak Spanish. So he knows the expressions, as JC was telling me. Meanwhile, manager Billy Orton making a slow walk to the mound. So 3-2 the count. And the manager Orton out to talk to Ariza right here. So again, this is one of 36 games that these two teams are playing against one another this season. Oakland leads the season series 10 games to 7. So we'll take an 8-game break against Oakland, and then we'll see Oakland again on the next part of the homestand coming up on, let's see here, what's the 9th. So the 16th, we'll see Oakland again on Tuesday, the 16th of July. 3 balls, 2 strikes, the count. So Jefferson at second, Hart at first. 4-4. And J.C. Ariza now a turn and look at second, trying to see if Jefferson would sneak away early. Did not. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ariza again, first base side of the rubber. J.C. kicks and delivers. The runners go, and the pitch popped up foul toward the we're waiting for the ball to hit the roof here, but instead it's a foul ball. Well, it would have been a foul ball anyway, but I guess it went over the roof. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to count from Ariza, who, when he was in high school at Seton Hall Prep in New Jersey, helped his club to a couple of county championships and to the North Jersey State Finals. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 on, 4-4, bottom 4. And again, the runners go, and the pitch way inside, ball 4, and that loads the bases. So Jefferson to third, Harden to second, Davis to first, and now it is the team leader in RBIs coming up in Trevor Halsema, who had a sac fly his last time. Halsema.
Number 7, Trevor Halsema.
With a team high 44 runs batted in. Well, apparently somebody was warming for Yolo, so we will have a pitching change. Billy Horton on his way to the mound. So Ariza, after a couple of good innings, really hitting the wall in the third and once again in the fourth. So we have a pitching change. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning, but Oakland has the bases loaded and 1 out. Game tied at 4. Back in a moment on YouTube Live.
Attention fans, now pitching for the High Wheelers, number 47, Jacob Stobart.
And right now it's a rally of Ariza's own making 2 walks in the inning. The hit before he was out on field choice, but all in all for Ariza today, 3 and a third, 7 hits allowed, 4 runs, all earned, 3 walks, 1 strikeout, and responsible for all 3 of them. On bases, of course, it would help if I turned my microphone on when I started talking.
The new pitcher for the Yolo High Wheelers is left-hander Jacob Stobart, and he inherits a mess. Bases loaded and 1 out. Game equal at 4. Yolo and Oakland. And Stobart comes on in relief, and obviously hoping to keep this game tied. For Stobart's second appearance of this series. Record for Stobart this year, 4 wins, 2 losses, 14th appearance, all out of the bullpen. And his ERA is at 6.39. So Jefferson's at third, Harden's at second, and Davis is at first. And Stobart, as he normally wears those bright yellow cleats, takes a little stroll back of the mound. Jacob is 26 years old, 5'10", 180 pounds. And Mitchell's second appearance this weekend in Oakland. Other night worked 2/3 of an inning and struck out 2. So bases loaded, and now it's Halsema who bats with a game equal at 4. And the pitch on the way to Halsema, that's up and away, ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. So Jefferson at third, Harden at second, Davis at first. 1 ball, no strikes, the count, 4-4. Bottom of the 4th. Stobart, gray pants up to his knees, showing the thick black socks, delivers, and Halsema takes up and away, ball 2. So now 2 balls and no strikes, and Stobart digging a little deeper of a hole right now as he does some landscaping work on the front of the mound for the Seal Beach, California product, born down near San Diego. The kick and the 2-0, and that's driven foul right side, strike 1. 2 balls and 1 strike the count. 2-1 the count. Runners at every base, and the pitch, and Halsema takes outside, ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike, and now Stobart really has no choice but to come in with 1 right here. 4-4, and runners everywhere, and the 3-1 pitch, and Halsema swings away, as I figure he would, and pops it up foul right side, 3-2. Actually, Stobart was born in Imperial Beach, California, not Seal Beach. Yeah, grew up near... Went to high school in Phoenix, but Stobart early years were in the San Diego area, and that's where he was born, in Imperial Beach. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runners everywhere, 4-4, bottom of the 4th. And now the 3-2 pitch to Halsema, but first a throw to first, and back safely with a dive is Davis. Well, Blackford is playing well off the bag, so it's a good thing that he and Stobart were on the same page right there for Blackford to get over to cover first right there. That's the first disengagement for Stobart. 3 balls, 2 strikes to count to Halsema, who's 0 for 1 with a sac fly. Bases loaded, and now that'll be the second disengagement. Stobart just stepped off the rubber, so those are his, quote, 2 timeouts right there. And now he has to get ready to go here to Halsema. And now the 3 ball, 2 strike pitch to Trevor Halsema. Here it is, and now time was called. So this time it was the batter who could use the timeout in Halsema. So I think everybody's out of timeouts now. So 3 balls and 2 strikes the count. So someone's got to give any moment. We'll see what happens. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And the payoff. And Halsema takes, and that is outside and high, ball 4. So Jefferson scores. It's now 5-4 Oakland. So Halsema, that's his second RBI today without a hit. Had a sac fly and now a bases loaded walk. So Halsema adds to his team high in RBIs. He now has 45 this year. Harden goes to third. Davis to second. Halsema to first. 3 straight walks combined between Ariza and Stobart. And now it's Gates who's 2 for 2. Couple singles, RBI, and a run scored. 5-4 now Oakland, and now Gates had a chance for a bundle, and he takes outside, ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes to J.P. Gates. Well, Stobart can still get out of this, only if you're down by a run here. That's not the worst thing in the bottom of the 4th inning, but different story if Gates comes through. 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch, and J.P. takes. And that is high outside, ball 2. And once again, Stobart digging himself a hole here at 2 balls and no strikes. Mentioned Stobart with 4 wins this year for Yolo. That is no longer tied for first on the team. The kick of the 2-0. And Gates swings and hits one sharply past the second baseman Leday out in the shallow right field. Harden scores. Davis scores. Going first to third. Standing up is Halsema. And J.P. Gates, a 2-run single. It is now 7-4 Oakland.
Now batting for the Ballers, the third baseman, number 20, Dondre Hubbard.
So Halsema goes to third base. Gates is now 3 for 3. He's got 7 RBIs this year, 3 of those RBIs today. That ball was hit sharply, and Leday, can see his body language. He's looking at his glove, as do most fielders who miss a ball. And that ball was hard hit. I don't think there was any question of being a hit versus an error. So now it's Dondre Hubbard, who tied the game with a 2-run homer in the third, and he takes outside ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. And close the book now on Ariza. 1 ball and no strikes the count. And the pitch to Hubbard, and that hit him. And that loads him up. So Halsema holds at third. Gates moves to second. And Hubbard on base for the second time today. And now the 8th man to bat in the inning is Noah Martinez. Looked like that got Hubbard. It wasn't terribly hard, that pitch, 83 miles an hour. Looked like that got him in the right around his left hip. So the bases are reloaded, and it's Noah Martinez who is 1 for 1, a walk and a single. So 7-4 now in favor of Oakland. 7 straight runs now for the Oakland Ballers after Yolo had led 4-0 in the pitch to Martinez from Stobart, inside ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. So Halsema's at third, Gates at second, Hubbard at first. 7-4 Oakland. So Oakland with 4 in the third, so far 3 here in the fourth. And the 1 ball, no strike pitch from Jacob Stobart. Here it is to Noah Martinez, and he takes an off-speed delivery outside at 73 miles an hour, and Stobart behind at 2 balls and no strikes. 2 balls and no strikes the count. Runners lead at every base, still only 1 out. And the pitch to Martinez, and he takes, and that's a strike on the outside corner, 2-1. So J.C. Ariza today for Yolo, 3 1/3 innings. 6 hits, 7 runs all earned. Walked 3, struck out 1, a wild pitch, and a home run allowed. The 2-1 to Martinez, and that's low ball 3. 3-1, I think it said wild pitch, a hit by pitch and a home run. Did not have a wild pitch. So 3 balls and 1 strike to count now to Martinez. And now Stobart inherited the bases loaded. Fell behind Halsema at 3-1, ended up walking him. Then allowed the 2-run single by Gates. Hit Hubbard, and now falls behind Martinez. So 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. 7-4 Oakland, and a chance for the jackpot here for Noah Martinez, the 3-1, and he swings and misses, trying for that jackpot right there. Breaking ball at 84 miles an hour. So 3 balls and 2 strikes the count. Runners everywhere. And the 3-2, and Martinez swings, and he drives one high and deep to center field. Back is Skinner at the wall. He leaps. The ball is off the wall, and the ball is rolling on the warning track toward left center. Halsema, Gates, Hubbard, and the throw home gets away from everybody, so Hubbard does score. And Martinez will go to third. The throw came through all the way past the catcher Mendoza. The pitcher Stobart backs him up, and this inning in game at the moment has really fallen apart now for Yolo. It is now 10-4 Oakland. I thought Hubbard was, when I saw that ball roll away from Skinner, I'm thinking definitely 3 guys score and maybe even Martinez. But I had to wait for a moment when it was a bit too premature to call Hubbard's name, and couldn't see who threw the ball in other than Skinner. But 3 runs are in. We'll score that for you in a moment. Now it's Jalen Smith, 6-run fourth for Oakland, 10-4 Oakland. And now it's Jalen Smith And he swings on a pop-up foul right side, strike one. No balls and
Read that home, throw to home plate.
one strike.
Throw to home. Can you check that? Yeah. On the replay.
So it'll be a 3-run double for Martinez. And then they're just determining on how he got to third. So I think an error will be charged. And Smith is swinging a miss, strike two. 0-2. So Halsema, Gates, and Hubbard all scored on the 3-run double to center by Noah Martinez, who now has 26 RBIs this year. And then he got the third on an error, and we're trying to figure out who made that throw on the error. The 0-2 pitch, and Smith takes outside, ball one. And the count's a 1-2 strikes. This inning started on the single to left by Horner. 10-4, Oakland. It's now back-to-back days where Oakland has had 10 unanswered runs. The kick on the 1-2, and that's low ball two. So 2 strikes. So there was an error charged to the Highwheelers, allowing Martinez to go to third. That'll be an error charged to the shortstop, Marine. So when Marine took the relay from the center fielder, Skinner, and Marine threw home trying to get Hubbard, the ball got away, and then Martinez went to third. So 3-run double plus E6, allowing Martinez to third. The 2-2, and Smith takes low ball three. And the count's now at 3 strikes. So 10 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Oakland. 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for Yolo. Infield is in. Outfield fairly deep straight away for Smith, who's 0 for 1 today. And he swings at a curve in the dirt, misses strike three. The catcher, Mendoza, has to go pick up the ball first base side and angles his throw from foul ground to the first baseman, Blackford, to get Smith. He was able to look Martinez back to third on that. So strikeout, put out, goes 2-3. First strikeout for Stobart. And now the 10th man-to-man on this inning comes up. It's Colton Horner. So this was a 4-0 Yolo game going to the bottom of the third, and then 4 runs for Oakland to tie it. Now 6 runs in the fourth to untie it. Back-to-back days that Oakland has had a 4 and a 6-run inning. So now it's Horner who led this whole thing off with a single, meaning this inning off with a single, and he swings and misses at a breaking ball, strike one. And the count's at 1 strike. Nobody warming in at least the Yolo bullpen. I don't think anybody warming for Oakland right now. 1 strike to count. Infield now back with 2 out. 10-4 ballers. And the pitch, and that's driven down the left field side, foul, strike two. And the count's at 2 strikes. 0-2 the count. Stobart's allowed 3 runs since he has entered the contest. And the 0-2 on the way, and Horner reaches for this one. He pops it up. Second baseman Leday, he'll be there, back of the bag to make the catch, moving to his right. But Oakland has struck for 6 runs, sending 10 to the plate. So 6 runs on 3 hits. There was 1 error and 1 left. We go to the 5th, 10-4. Oakland leads Yolo on YouTube Live.
The Ballers invite you to plan a special event here at the ballpark. Contact tickets at oaklandballers.com to plan your next group event today.
Paul, you come up and look what happened.
Ballers, stand even at rhythmic gymnastics. Well, I'm here with Jordan and Spencer, and they're going to do the ribbon dance for us. The contestant with the best routine is going to win, and we're going to leave it up to you fans to decide that. Okay, DJ,
Well, we go on to the top half of the fifth. I have a feeling we're going to be in for about another 3.5-hour game today, just the way this one is going, but we don't have control over that. It's the gentlemen on the field that do. The gentleman and the one lady on the field for Oakland, of course, and Kelsey Whitmore. We get to see her pitch over the 6 games of this week-long get-together between Yolo and Oakland. All right, a lot of work to do for Yolo. They went from a 4-0 lead going to the third to now a 10-4 deficit going to the fifth. Top of the Yolo order for the third time, Braylon Skinner leads it off, and he takes a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. So Skinner, Marine, and Leday face the right-hander Christian Cosby, who has 9 strikeouts this afternoon. Skinner not one of them as he fouls it off left side, strike 2. And the count's at no balls and 2 strikes. Skinner is 1 for 2, a single, 3 stolen base today. He has reached on an error and has scored a run. 10 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Oakland. 4-5-1 for Yolo and the pitch, and that's tapped foul up along first, strike 2. And the count's at no balls and 2 strikes. So Cosby now 39 strikeouts over the 4 games he has pitched specifically against the High Wheelers this year. He makes the 0-2, and that's outside ball 1. So 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. 1-2 the count to Skinner, and the pitch, and that's swung on and stroked foul left side. 1 ball and 2 strikes again. Now Cosby is not among the, is second among the league leaders in strikeouts coming into today. Second in the league entering play in terms of strikeouts for a pitcher. The 1-2 and the dirt ball 2-2. Entering play this afternoon, 56 strikeouts for Cosby. The league leader in strikeouts for the Pioneer League belongs to Owen Schartz of Idaho Falls, who the High Wheelers saw last road trip. Schartz coming in today with 64. Cosby coming in at 56. So he's got, I guess at this very moment, unless Schartz is pitching today, and who knows what he's done, but Cosby now with 65 strikeouts. So could be very well that Cosby is the league leader in strikeouts by the end of this afternoon. The 2-2, and that's outside ball 3. So 3 balls and 2 strikes the count. Let's see if Schartz is starting this afternoon. Idaho Falls is at Grand Junction. That game is final, 15-12 Grand Junction. 3-2 here, and that's outside ball 4. So Skinner draws a walk and a good start for the High Wheelers, who need a few more of those. No, Schartz did start today for Idaho Falls, and he struck out 6. So at the very, very moment, in terms of strikeouts, Schartz has 70, and Cosby has 65. So Cosby would need another 5 strikeouts to match that today. But anyway, here is Marine, and Braylon a 2-run single in the second inning. Seems like a long time ago, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. So Skinner already with 3 stolen bases today. He's at first. I don't know if he's going to go here. I mean, the High Wheelers just need a bunch of hits to get back in. A 10-4 in favor of the Oakland Ballers. Turn throw to first, and back safely with a dive is Skinner. Skinner in terms of steals this year. Again, he's got 3 today. He's got 18 on the year. The Marine swings on a pop-up foul right side, strike 2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Marine. Again, 25 straight games down, which he has reached base safely. 2-run single to left field in the second inning. Marine coming in at 392. No balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch, and Marine swings and a foul to the backstop. And the count holds at no balls and 2 strikes with Bobby Leday on deck. And that 392 average, and normally you would think that would be good enough to be in the top 5 in any league, but not the Pioneer League. No balls, 2 strikes There goes Skinner. Marine takes low outside to second base, and Skinner is safe with a slide. Was taken by the second baseman Smith. So Skinner with now 4 stolen bases today. Meanwhile, the count's at 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Skinner now with a team best 19 steals. Meanwhile, the count's at 1-2 with a 10-4 lead for the Oakland Ballers. Top of the 5th, the 3-2 to Marine. And that is in the dirt, and now taken off for third. And going in safely there with a dive is Skinner. Count to Marine is now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. That'll be a wild pitch because Skinner did not take off until after that ball hit the dirt. So the wild pitch there moves Skinner to third. So the count's now at 2-2. Oakland with a 6-run lead will play its infield back with nobody out. The count is at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch, and that's low and in, ball 3. And the count is at 3-2. But yeah, Marine coming into today 11th in the league in hitting at 392. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And the payoff, and Marine swings, ground ball to shortstop. That'll get a run in. Jefferson up with it, and he will throw to Martinez at first to get Marine, who does pick up another RBI. So 5 RBIs yesterday for Marine, 3 more today. But it makes the score 10-5 Oakland. So it's one of those where Oakland says, fine, we'll give you the run in exchange for the out. So RBI for Braylon Marine. That is his 40th this year. And now it's Bobby Leday who bats with 1 out, nobody on. He is 0 for 2, and he drives this one down the left field side toward the corner. Base hit, 1 hop to the wall. Leday, who was going to stay at first, now hustling to second, and he'll make it safely there with a slide. There was no error there. You know, sometimes you'll see a guy stop, and then the outfielder muff the ball. Halsema didn't muff the ball. He was still with it, and no lack of, certainly no lack of effort. I mean, Halsema got to it quickly, but Leday took a big turn at first and saw that Halsema still had the ball out on the warning track, and Leday ends up hustling that into a double. So Leday has his first hit today. 6 hits for Yolo, but a 10-5 Oakland lead. 1 out, 1 on. Now it's Braden Blackford. He has struck out twice against Cosby. And Christian's pitch, and that's slow and in, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. So Cosby won the first game of these straight 6 games between these two teams. Cosby actually didn't get the win. Oakland won the game. He got a no decision, though, the 1-0. Blackford takes low and in, ball 2, 2-0. Cosby in that game at Davis this past Tuesday, 5 innings plus, 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned a walk, struck out 10. That was the game in which Oakland came back to win with 4 runs in the 9th, but he got a no decision. But he does have 2 wins against Yolo this year. Leday at second, and the 2-0 on the way, and Blackford takes up an away ball 3, 3-0. Appears to be action in the Oakland bullpen. I think that's Zach St. Pierre warming up. 3 balls, no strikes with Tanner Smith on deck. And the 3-0 pitch, and that is inside, ball 4. So Blackford reaches base for the first time this afternoon. I know that Cosby would like to get through this 5th inning. He's got now a 5-run lead, so he could be eligible for the win, but that might not be the case this afternoon. Looks like he's laboring a little bit here in the 5th inning. So Leday's at second, Blackford at first base. Again, we are home on Tuesday night. Yolo back home on Tuesday. And it'll be a 4:30 first pitch. And then we'll have a couple of double headers in that series as well. Now it's Tanner Smith with 2 on and 1 out. And he looks at a strike on the inside corner from Cosby, strike 1. No balls and 1 strike. So 10 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors for the Ballers. 5, 6, and 1 for the High Wheelers. Outfield around to the left. And the kick and the pitch, and Tanner a big swing and a tapper up along third. Foul, strike 2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Mentioned Oakland does have action. Not 100% sure. I said it might be St. Pierre, who we saw for a third of an inning yesterday. 0-2. And the pitch, and Smith takes, and that's inside, ball 1. And the count's now at 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1-2 the count. And the pitch on the way to Smith, and that's outside, ball 2. 2-2. Smith has struck out twice, once looking, once swinging.
They called it a ball, right? Yep.
Now Oakland is challenging that,
After review, the pitch is confirmed a ball.
and it's been confirmed a ball. So Oakland loses that challenge. So 2 balls and 2 strikes with Justin Kirby on deck. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Leday's at second, Blackford's at first. 10-5 Oakland. And Smith takes a breaking pitch, strike 3 called, inside corner. Good pitch there at 82 miles an hour. Looked like a curve, and nothing Smith could do with that, and he is out. So that is the 10th strikeout for Cosby. That's now the 3rd time this year, specifically against Yolo, that Cosby has had double digits in strikeouts. And now it's Kirby who homered in the 2nd inning. I'll tell you what, a home run here makes it a 2-run game, and still relatively early, still top of the 5th inning. So Kirby 1 for 2. He's homered and struck out, and he looks outside, ball 1 from Cosby. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. St. Pierre, I'm going to believe that St. Pierre still warming for the Ballers. So Leday's at second, Blackford's at first. And Cosby looks back at second, turn, throw back to second, and Leday just back safely with a dive. Boy, he had Leday dead to right. The second baseman Smith sneaking back to take the throw there, and Micah Franklin will come out and have a talk with the third base umpire, Ricardo Rodriguez, who was the umpire closest to, or who made the call there. Talked to Micah before the game today. Many of you know Mike and I go back a long way. He and I went to the same middle school in San Francisco, Aptos Middle School. Although we did not know each other at the time, Mike is a couple years ahead of me, but I went to one of my old yearbooks, very old yearbooks, and it was confirmed that Micah and I were there at the same time and found Micah's 8th grade picture, not only in the regular picture section, but also in a baseball and basketball uniform at Aptos Middle School. The 1-0 pitch, and that's outside 2-0. So I showed Micah, and Micah said, yeah, there I am, that's me. And then I showed him a picture of him in his baseball uniform from 8th grade, and he says, hey, how about me in that basketball uniform? That's what Micah said. Turn another throw to second base, and again, Leday back safely with a dive with the second baseman Smith to take the throw. Yeah, Micah was more proud of his basketball uniform than his baseball uniform. But fun to go down memory lane and show him that picture. I did not show him my picture, by the way. 2 balls, no strikes. 2 on, 2 out. 10-5 Oakland, and the pitch is outside to Kirby. Ball 3, 3-0 now to Kirby. He's got 3 home runs in this series. I think this could be the last batter for Cosby no matter what. I mean, St. Pierre been warming for some time. I know you'd like to see, well, I say the Oakland would like to see Cosby get the win. The 3-0, and Kirby takes way outside a low, ball 4, and that loads him up with 2 out. So Leday to third, Blackford to second, Kirby to first. And Cosby taking a slow walk, kicks some of the dirt on the mound over toward the first base side of the hill.
Now batting for the High Wheelers, Kirkland Banks.
And now Kirkland Banks comes up. He's 1 for 2, double and a run scored. 10 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Oakland. 5, 6, and 1 for Yolo. So Leday's at third, Blackford's at second, and Kirby's at first. Outfield medium depth straight away. And the pitch, swing and a high deep drive to left field. And Kirkland Banks has hit a grand slam, and this is a one-run game. There was no doubt about that one for Kirkland Banks, who hits the jackpot right there and pretty much cleans out the bank. So Yolo has answered with 5 runs here in the 5th. As Leday, Blackford, and Kirby all greet Banks. So the grand slam there by Banks makes it 10-9, and Micah Franklin with a long walk out to that mound thinking, man, I probably left Cosby in one batter too long, and Cosby will have to settle for a no decision today. Banks the grand slam. That's his 6th home run of the year. RBIs 21, 22, 23, and 24 for Kirkland Banks. So he is now 2 for 3 this afternoon, and we have a pitching change in the top half of the 5th inning. It is 10-9. The Oakland Ballers out in front. We'll be back in a moment.
Attention Ballers fans, now on the hill for the Ballers, number 14, Zach St. Pierre.
We are in the top of the 5th inning, and I said a couple innings ago, we were off and running, and we are off and running. It is 10-9 Oakland, especially after the grand slam by Kirkland Banks. And now Zach St. Pierre comes on to pitch for the Oakland Ballers. A record of 0-2, 9.21 ERA. Kyle Guerra stands in with 2 out, and the pitch, and that's taken for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. St. Pierre, 12th appearance, and his 9th out of the bullpen, and again, 2nd appearance for him in this set of games, meaning the Oakland-based games. As he deals, and that is outside for a ball to Guerra. So 1 ball and 1 strike the count. So the grand slam by Banks, that's the 3rd Yolo grand slam this year. Bobby Leday and Braden Blackford have the others, as Guerra swinging a miss at a breaking ball, strike 2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. So Christian Cosby unable to get the last out of the 5th inning, so he will get a no decision. The windup and the 1-2, and Guerra swings, and he pops this one up foul down the left field side. Strike 2 it remains. So 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. But how about that 2-out walk to Kirby to set up the grand slam? That was the 3rd walk of the inning for Cosby. So Cosby, 4 2/3 innings today, gave up 7 hits, 9 runs, 6 earned. Walked 3, struck out 10. Gave up 2 homers and a wild pitch. Breaking ball to Guerra, strike 3 called outside corner, and he is out. So St. Pierre strikes out Guerra, who was the 8th man to bat in this inning, but the leadoff walk to Skinner. You know what? The old leadoff walk, and usually point that out. I didn't hear, but I didn't initially, but I will now. But the grand slam by Banks, and Yolo right back in it. So 5 runs for Yolo on 2 hits. No errors and nobody left. Halfway done. If this was the first half, I can't wait to see the second half. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. 10-9. Oakland leading Yolo on YouTube Live.
Leading off the bottom of the 5th inning for the Ballers, shortstop number 10, Miles Jefferson.
Well, halfway done. Well, most other games are done. We're halfway done as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. 10-9 Oakland. And Miles Jefferson leads it off facing Jacob Stobart. It'll be Jefferson, Harden in the top of the Oakland order for the center fielder and Davis. 10 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors for Oakland. 9 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error for Yolo. Jefferson, part of that 6-run 4th inning, reached on a force and scored. He's 0 for 2 today. So again, Christian Cosby, I'll give you his line again, the Oakland starter who will get a no decision. 4 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 9 runs, 6 earned. 3 walks, 10 strikeouts, 2 homers, and a wild pitch. Now the pitch on the way from Stobart to Jefferson is outside, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Doug Greenwald with you on YouTube Live. So we have seen 4 run-producing half innings today. The 1-0, and that's a strike called on the outside corner, 1-1, and all have been for a minimum of 4 runs. We've seen 2 4-run innings, a 5-run inning, and a 6-run inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch, and that's bunted out and missed for a strike, 1-2. I know it's a trite expression. They call them crooked numbers, as opposed, like when you don't score 1 run in an inning and you score other runs. Well, these aren't crooked. These are more like pretzels. I mean, they're all sorts of shapes, these numbers. And so is the score right now at 10-9 Oakland. In the bottom of the 5th, the 1-2. And that's a low liner to third and a diving catch back of the bag in fair territory by Kirkland Banks. So Banks on both sides of the ball in this inning. The grand slam and a nice line drive catch. 1 down. And now it's Peyton Harden who bats. He's been part of both Oakland rallies today. A single, a walk, and a couple of runs scored. So Stobart came on in the 4th inning with 1 out. He gave up 3 of those 6 runs. Now Harden drops a bunt up on the grass, third base side. Barehand pickup by Banks is sort of first. Good stretch by Blackford. Harden's out. Great play there by the third baseman, Kirkland Banks. So we've seen him make 2 totally different kind of good plays here in the 3rd inning. A low line drive catch, and now Banks, who certainly knows Harden. I mean, those 2 played against each other last year in the MLB Draft League. They played against each other in college when Banks was at Lamar and Harden Was it McNeese State? And it's like Harden saying something over to Banks right there, both with a little bit of a laugh. So Harden is out 5-3 on that bunt. Again, good play there. And let's, again, give credit to Braden Blackford at first for that stretch there. Top of the Oakland order for the fourth time now for the center fielder Austin Davis, who takes outside ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Davis is 1 for 2, a double, a walk. He has scored twice. Outfield fairly deep straightaway. 10-9 Oakland. And Stobart's pitch, and that's taken for a strike on the outside corner. And the count is a 1 ball and 1 strike. Third baseman Banks back of the bag, not far off the line. Stobart delivers, and the big breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 2, 1-2 from Stobart. And I told the story a little bit the other night. Stobart wasn't in there very long, but I finally got to have a prolonged discussion with Jacob Stobart. One of the few players I really hadn't talked to at length this year, telling me about his attempts to become a nurse. The 1-2, swing and a foul at the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 10-9 Oakland lead. Yolo bottom of the 5th inning. And that Stobart is still about a year shy of his nursing degree. The kick on the 1-2, and that's line foul left side, 1-2. So I asked him, I said, what is the first thing you learn when going to nursing school? He was a nursing major at Stephen F. Austin University. I said, what's the first thing they teach you? I mean, is it, they give you the book Gray's Anatomy, you open it up, is it, first aid? He said, nope, it's how to deal with people. He said it's learning to be a people person, learning to care about people. That's the first thing they teach you in nursing school. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the lefty kicks. Well, he will kick momentarily. Now he kicks, and the pitch, and that's very high, ball 2. I figured he'd kick sometime in there. I didn't think he would just fling the ball. So 2 balls and 2 strikes with a 10-9 Oakland advantage here in the 5th, bottom of the 5th. But yeah, that's what he said. The first thing you go to nursing school, you got to be a people person. You got to be a caring person. The 2-2 on the way. Outside ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Man, I mentioned this before, but Stobart's mother was a nurse and wanted to follow in her footsteps. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. With Halsema on deck. And the payoff, and that swung on. Hit deep in the hole, it's short. And the shortstop Marine can't get a glove on the ball and just deflects it towards shallow left where he'll eventually pick it up. That'll be a base hit. That was a tough play for Marine. He had to go far to his right. And even if he comes up with that one, I think with the speed of Davis, he likely beats it. So that's an infield single. Third time Davis has been on base today. And now Trevor Halsema bats. Part of the 3rd-run rally with a sacrifice fly. That was part of the 4-run 3rd inning. And then a bases-loaded walk in the 6-run 4th. That's the 9th hit for Oakland. And now the pitch from the set to Halsema. That's in the dirt, ball 1. Good block there by the catcher Mendoza. 1 ball, no strikes. So I think Stobart would like to finish his nursing degree, but he also had commitments to baseball and had to go more into the, I guess, kinesiology side or human development side. I don't want to say kinesiology for sure, but he had to step away from the nursing side while in college. 1 ball, no strikes. Turn, throw to first, and back safely standing up is Davis. I mean, obviously he wanted to try his hand in getting into professional baseball. And being a nurse, obviously got unbelievable commitment to academics there and just didn't always have the time to commit that far. But he's got 3 years of that program out of the way for nursing. The 1-0 pitch, high fastball, swing and a miss, strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. So, I mean, that's a, pretty good story right there because, I don't meet many baseball players who have a nursing major. And really salute him and everybody who goes into that profession. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Davis at first in the pitch, and Halsema takes low and in, ball 2. So now 2 balls and 1 strike the count with a 10-9 Oakland advantage. Bottom of the 5th inning. I think I mentioned last thing about Stobart. Remember, she's got 4 wins this year, which is no longer tops on Yolo. Jack Zalaski now has 5. Jack earned his 5th win of the year yesterday. So Stobart began the year, or at least won his first 4 decisions, but he's been stuck on 4 since the series at Northern Colorado a couple of weeks ago. The 2-1 pitch, and it's very high ball 3. Snap throw to first, and boy, good play there by Blackford. Otherwise, that ball goes down the line. And back safely with a dive is Davis. Throw from the catcher Mendoza. So 3-1 the count to Halsema. So Halsema, 2 RBIs today without a hit. He's 0 for 1 with a run scored and 2 RBIs. So 3 balls, 1 strike to count with 2 out. Infield all the way around, outfield deep straight away. And Stobart's pitch, and Halsema fouls this one at the plate, strike 2. And the counts at now 3 balls and 2 strikes from Stobart. And telling me that he was born in Imperial Beach, California, right outside of San Diego. His father was in the Navy, so obviously a big Navy area down near San Diego. 3-2 the count. Davis ready to take off from first. And Stobart's 3-2 pitch. Davis goes, and Halsema pop-up foul right side. And the count remains at 3 balls and 2 strikes. But always fun to get to know the players in that way. As I said, I've gotten to talk to a lot of them this year, and kind of let's say a joke, but I think a common theme among broadcasters. You know, season goes on, and you get to know guys. You know, some guys you talk to early in the season, and you pick it up from there, and then you might say, you know, a month into the year, whatever, might say, yeah, anyone you haven't talked to yet? I'm like, yeah, it's usually the relief pitchers. Don't really get to know them quite as well. 3-2 the count. Again, Davis ready to go from first. He takes off, and Halsema takes very high into the backstop. That's ball 4. The ball caroms back to the catcher, Mendoza. So on the walk, Davis goes to second. Halsema reaches base for the second time today. And now it's J.P. Gates who comes up for the 4th time. He's 3 for 3. 3 singles, 3 RBIs, and 2 runs scored, and that's all for Stobart. But yeah, the relievers, because, you know, during batting practice, they're all out in the outfield shagging. Or they're usually in pitchers' meetings. And, you know, pitchers, they're kind of their own animal. You know, they're just, you know, there's like a big clique there. You know, they all hang out together. Obviously, they all talk pitching and such. But sometimes you catch them playing long toss, and you can talk to them that way. Well, that'll be all for Stobart. Chris Anglin will come in. Lefty-lefty matchup with J.P. Gates. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. This game moving right along here this afternoon. It is 10-9 in favor of the Oakland Ballers. Back to tell you about Chris Anglin in a moment on YouTube Live.
It gets a little faster, I'm pretty sure. And we're spinning it around. Ballers fans, is it cap 1, 2, or 3? I see 2. I see a lot of 2s. Let's see if you're right. Yep, there it is. Nice job, Ballers fans.
One more quick shout out for the food truck that we have parked down the right field line. Taqueria Extra if you're looking for some Mexican food, and if anybody's feeling generous and would like to send your friendly neighborhood public address announcer some tacos, I will be greatly appreciated. Also, Ballers fans,
We're in the bottom of the 5th inning.
quick welcome to another Oakland staple. With us
And a 10-9 lead for the Oakland Ballers. 2 on and 2 out, and Chris Anglin on for the 2nd straight game. So for, I'm correct, let's see here. Yeah, Anglin is on for the 2nd straight game. Had so many pitchers and so many runs, I forgot who pitched when. Anglin did pitch yesterday. It was his first game off the injured list. He had been on the IL with an undisclosed issue for a couple of weeks. So the Bakersfield native and Chris Anglin, no wins, no losses, 12th appearance, all out of the bullpen. And his ERA is at 7.11. So Anglin came in yesterday, struck out the side in order. And Harris Davis at second and Halsema at first. And now J.P. Gates, again, who's 3 for 3 today, 3 singles, couple of runs scored. And he has 3 RBIs this afternoon, so Anglin obviously has to keep this at a 1-run deficit. Anglin did not face Gates yesterday. So Anglin to do the pitching with runners at first and second. Anglin 5'11", 175 pounds, delivers. And J.P. Gates takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Anglin 22 years old. And very, very important he gets Gates because you have Dondre Hubbard wetting on deck. 10-9, Oakland, 2 out, 2 on. Bottom of the 5th inning. And the pitch, and Gates swings and drives one high and foul left side, strike 2. And the count's at no balls and 2 strikes to J.P. Gates from Chris Anglin, who takes the baseball and rubs it up for the former Brave and Tiger farmhand and Chris Anglin. Third baseman Banks back of the bag just off the line. Big hole on the left side of the diamond, the 0-2 pitch, and Gates swings and he drives one to left field and over the head of the left fielder Guerra. Rounding third is Davis, he will score. Halsema will go into second go into third, and Gates in the second with an RBI double. He's now 4 for 4 today with 4 RBIs, and it's 11-9 Oakland. Looked like a catchable ball for Guerra, but he can't really charge that an error. So Halsema to third. Gates now 4 for 4, as I mentioned. His first ever Pro 4 hit game, first ever Pro 4 RBI game for the two-way player from the University of Tampa and J.P. Gates. So Oakland gets a run right back, now 11-9. Oakland, that run is charged to Stobart, who's still responsible for Halsema at third. Now it's Hubbard, 2-run homer that tied the game in the third. He's 1 for 2, and England's pitch is outside, ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes the count from Anglin. Fastball, slider, to the changeup is his repertoire. 1 ball and no strikes the count. And the pitch on the way to Hubbard, and he pops this one up foul right side, strike 1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Hubbard's home run in the third inning tied the game. Tied the game at 4. That seemed like about a century ago. 11-9 Oakland, bottom of the 5th inning. 11 runs for the Ballers, all within the last 3 innings. The kick on the 1-1, and that's high ball 2. So 2 balls and 1 strike. So right after Yolo came back and hit the jackpot with that Banks grand slam to tighten the screws to 1. Now Oakland trying to loosen that lead again, or up that lead again, whichever expression you want to say. 11-9 Oakland, 5th inning, bottom of the 5th. So now this becomes very important here that he gets Hubbard, especially with 2 on and 2 out. Runners at second and third, the 2-1 pitch. And that's low inside, ball 3. And the count's at 3 balls and 1 strike. So 3-1 the count to Dondre Hubbard with Noah Martinez on deck. 11-9 Ballers, bottom of the 5th inning. And England delivers, and Hubbard takes, and that hits the outer half of the plate, strike 2. So the count's now at 3 balls and 2 strikes to Hubbard. Halsema's at third, Gates at second. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And the payoff, and Hubbard grounds one foul up along third. And the count holds now to 3 balls and 2 strikes. So 3-2 the count to Hubbard, who grew up near Atlanta, went to Creekview High School, was a second baseman, also a pitcher while in high school, was Dondre Hubbard. So 3 balls, 2 strikes the count. And the pitch, and Hubbard swings, chopper foul up along third. And we'll try it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes to Hubbard, who went to Mayville State University in North Dakota. I have to ask him how he ended up going to college up in North Dakota. So 3 balls and 2 strikes the count to Dondre Hubbard, who had actually in 2018 had signed to go play in the Czech Republic. 3-2 to Hubbard, and that's driven high and deep down the right field line and foul. 3-2, 11-9 Oakland, bottom of the 5th inning. Doug Greenwald with you on YouTube Live. Yeah, Hubbard had signed to play in the Czech Republic in 2018 and ended up obviously, I wouldn't say obviously, but ended up playing there. Put up good stats in the Czech Republic, not quite the kind of baseball you see back in the States. Although I shouldn't say that, I've never been to the Czech Republic, but just guessing that there's probably better talent in the U.S. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch, and Hubbard swings, and he pokes this one in the air. Shallow right field. Out goes Leday, and the second baseman with his back toward home plate. He makes the catch, and that ends the 5th inning. So Hubbard pops to second. 1 more run for Oakland. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left. We go to the 6th, 11-9. Oakland leads Yolo on YouTube Live.
Use promo code GIAMBI. Checking out at any future Oakland Ballers home game for 30% off your ticket.
Let's welcome our groups here at the ballpark tonight. The Ballers would like to welcome the Feelings Machine. Feelings Machine is dedicated to providing accessible, safe spaces that inspire people to think differently by providing self-expressive and creative tools to communities. Thanks for being at the ballpark tonight. And we'd like to welcome one of our special Ballers fans who is celebrating his 3rd birthday with us today. Happy birthday, Wesley Park! Wesley. Give me a good wave. Can I get a high five?
No catcher.
This is Wesley's first or 3rd Ballers game. He's a super fan. Happy birthday, Wesley Park.
Yep.
Attention fans, now behind the plate for the Ballers, number 30, Tyler Lozano. Leading off for the Highways, Angel Mendoza.
We go to the 6th inning, 11-9. Oakland leads Yolo. Tyler Lozano is the new catcher for Oakland. Meanwhile, Angel Mendoza, the Yolo catcher, leads it off. So Lozano, he will bat 7th. So Colton Horner comes out of the ball game. Zach St. Pierre's first pitch to Angel Mendoza, and that's a strike called on the outside corner. And the count's at no balls and 1 strike from St. Pierre, who came on in the top of the 5th. Full windup in the 0-1, and Mendoza takes high ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. So it's Mendoza and the top of the Yolo order for the center fielder Skinner and Marine, 9-1-2. The windup in the 1-1, and Mendoza swings, slaps this ball to second. A couple of bounces for Smith moving to his left, and he'll throw on to Martinez at first, and Mendoza is out, so he is 0 for 3. Mendoza, and now for the 4th time this afternoon, Yolo will go to the top of its order for the center fielder Braylon Skinner. 11 runs, 10 hits, and 2 errors for Oakland. 9 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error for Yolo. And now it's Skinner who comes up. He is 1 for 2, a single, a walk. He has reached on an error. He has scored twice, and he has stolen 4 bases. And he takes inside from St. Pierre, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Third baseman Hubbard in on the grass. The kick on the 1-0. And that's outside, ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes to Skinner. We'll wind up in the 2-0. And that's low outside, ball 3 from St. Pierre. So 3 balls and no strikes. So 11-9 Oakland. So finally, a run-producing inning where there was only one run. That was the bottom of the fifth. That's a 3-0 here, and that's down the middle, strike one, the get-me-over strike. So 3 balls and 1 strike now from Zach St. Pierre, who deals, and that's popped up foul left side. Strike 2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. St. Pierre is a right-hander, but when he was in high school in the Dallas area, actually was ambidextrous, meaning he threw from both the right and left side. The kick in the 3-2. And that's strike 3 called. Good pitch there, inner half of the plate. And Skinner watched it go by, and he is out. Second strikeout for St. Pierre, who has set down all 3 batters he has seen this afternoon. And here is the shortstop, Raylan Marine, who was 1 for 3 with a 2-run single. Overall has 3 RBI. St. Pierre also an infielder while he was in high school. So now Marine comes up, and the pitch on the way to Braylon, and that's outside ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. We've seen St. Pierre as a starter and a reliever this year. Kicks and delivers, and a big swing and a miss by Marine. Strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, St. Pierre did not pitch last year. He 2 years ago was with Lincoln in the American Association. His first pro assignment, the 1-1 on the way, low ball 2. 2 out of 1, 7 games for the Salt Dogs with 24 strikeouts. And prior to that, had gone to college in the Shreveport area at Bossier Parish Community College in Bossier City. Marine swings here, chops this ball to short. Staying with IHOP Jefferson, nice play there, and he'll throw to Martinez at first. And Marine is out, so one shortstop chops out to the other. And the High Wheelers go in order to the 6th, so no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It is 11-9, Oakland leading Yolo on YouTube Live.
Ballers fans, this is Ball with a Baller, and in honor of Circus Day, we have Trevor Halsema. He's our left fielder in the game right now. He's going to teach Henry how to juggle. Here, Trevor, can you teach him how to juggle?
Yes, I can.
Trevor, can we see you do it? There we go. Maybe start with 2, Trevor. Maybe start with 2.
Bottom of the 6th at Raimondi Park.
Okay.
On Circus Day, we've got Trevor Halsema attempting to teach a young Ballers fan.
Oh, so close. All right, Henry, we're going to have Trevor sign a ball for you. You're going to walk away with a signed ball from our Trevor Halsema. Thank you so much, Trevor, for taking time out of the game. By the way, it's Henry's 12th birthday.
We move to the bottom half of the 6th inning, and the lead is 11-9 in favor of Oakland. Doug Greenwald with you on YouTube Live.
Noah Martinez.
And Noah Martinez to lead it off, facing Chris Anglin, who delivers, and Noah Martinez takes, and that's a strike on the outside corner. And the count's at no balls and 1 strike, so it's Martinez, Smith, and Lozano. 5, 6, and 7 to face Anglin, who came on last inning, the 0-1. And Noah takes low for a ball. And the count's at 1 ball and 1 strike. 11 runs, 10 hits, and 2 errors for Oakland. 9 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error for Yolo. Martinez has walked, singled, and he has a 3-run double. That was part of that 6-run 4th inning. So 1 ball and 1 strike, and the pitch, and Martinez takes, and that's a strike on the inside corner. And the count's at 1-2. Martinez now the only member of the Ballers, who went to Central Connecticut State. Dan Covino, infielder, was released recently. Had been the other former Blue Devil. The 1-2 pitch, and that's high for a ball. Well, the count is now at 2 balls and 2 strikes to Martinez, 24 years old, grew up in Connecticut. And the 2-2 pitch, and that's swung on and lined to second, and it's caught by the second baseman, Leday, right off of his yellow cleats. So Martinez retired for the first time this afternoon, one down. And now here is the second baseman in Jalen Smith. And Martinez, 14 games at Frederick last year in the MLB Draft League. Played a couple of years at Central Connecticut State. And it looks like that will be all for Anglin. So manager Billy Horton on his way to the mound. And
Fans, while we have a second, just a quick reminder, it is a Sunday home game
we'll
here
wait
at
for
Raimondi Park, which means all the kids
Billy to
can run the
point to the
bases after the
bullpen.
game,
So we have a new
and players
pitcher.
will be signing
We'll tell you about
autographs.
him when we get back with a score in the bottom of the 6th inning, 11-9. Oakland out in front over Yolo on YouTube Live. Noah Estrella is the new Yolo pitcher. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. The lead is 11-9 Oakland. Doug Greenwald with you on YouTube Live. So Chris Englund today for Yolo, 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit and all zeros. Jacob Stobart before that, an inning and a third, 3 hits, 4 runs all earned, 2 walks, a strikeout, and a hit batter. So Estrella, the 4th pitcher today for Yolo. For Estrella, no wins, 1 loss, 5.79 ERA. This is his 15th appearance, all out of the bullpen for the Tucson native and Noah Estrella. Estrella, first appearance for him in the Oakland-based games. And he hasn't pitched since Wednesday, so July 3rd was his last outing. That 9-5 Oakland win. Estrella, 2 innings in that game, gave up a run which was not earned. Jalen Smith leads it off, and he takes outside ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Smith is 0 for 2. He's been hit with a pitch. With the catcher Tyler Lozano on deck. Estrella, slender right-hander, ready to go. Makes the 1-0, and that's outside for a ball. So 2 balls and no strikes from Estrella, 24 years old, 6'4", 180 pounds. Now 2 balls and no strikes. Infield all the way around. 11-9 Oakland in the pitch way inside to Jalen Smith, and that's ball 3. So 3 balls and no strikes to Jalen Smith. Is from the Atlanta area, went to Kennesaw State University for a couple of years. Swings and he flies one high and deep, way out of here. No doubt for Jalen Smith. Home run number 7, RBI 19, 12-9 now, Oakland. No doubt about that, out toward left center field for Jalen Smith.
Jalen Smith touches the ball.
So Noah Estrella comes in, serves
Now
up a
batting for the Ballers,
home
the
run.
catcher, number 30, Tyler Lozano.
4th home run allowed by Estrella this year. So 12-9 now, Oakland. And now Tyler Lozano is first at bat of the Oakland-based portion of this series. 190, a homer and 9 RBIs. And Lozano takes a strike on the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike, so Lozano came on to catch in the top of this inning. As the 0-1 pitch, broken bat, grounded to third, just back of the bag. Banks up with it, and his throw, and Blackford comes off the bag. And safe at first is Lozano. So Banks, got to the ball. The barrel of the bat was nowhere hit near Banks, so I don't think it was the bat that distracted him. He just threw the ball and pulled the first baseman Blackford off the bag. So that'll be an error on the throw. The first base umpire, Alan Walker, made the motion with both of his hands, sort of like a sweep motion, as a first base umpire will do to indicate that the first baseman came off the bag, and that's usually a knee-jerk reaction for the score to give that a throwing error. So that is the proper ruling there. So charge Banks with an error. So 1 on, 1 out. It is 11-9 in favor of the Oakland, 12-9, I should say, 12-9 in favor of the Ballers. And now it's Jefferson who looks at a strike on the outside corner from Estrella. No balls and 1 strike. Jefferson is 0 for 3 today with a run scored, and he takes, and that is outside ball 1. So 1 ball and 1 strike the count with 1 out. As Estrella tucking his black glove into his left shoulder, first base side of the rubber. And the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch will have to wait. Throw to first, and back safely with a dive is Lozano. Now, Lozano does have 3 steals this year. He has not been caught. So 1 ball and 1 strike to count with 1 out. Outfield medium depth straightaway, although it doesn't really seem to matter at this ballpark where the outfield plays. The 1-1 pitch, and that's bunted up along the grass third base side. Charging glove by Banks, throws across, and Blackford has to come off the bag here. Now, that'll be an infield single. Now, this was not, because that was not a routine throw. Now, Blackford, again, I saw the first base umpire, Alan Walker, make the signal that Blackford came off the bag, but given that Banks was charging a bunt, and that's not really a routine throw, that's the proper call there. A bunt single for Jefferson. He is 1 for 5. So now it's first and second, and here is Peyton Harden who comes up. Harden 1 for 3, a single, a walk, and a couple of runs scored. 13 hits now for the Ballers. So it's first and second, 12-9 Oakland, bottom of the 6th inning. Banks in on the grass at third, and Noah Estrella delivers, and that's a swing and a miss, strike 1. Pitcher on the shoe tops by Harden, a swing by Harden, strike 1. And the count is at no balls and 1 strike. So the teams have combined for 21 runs, 21 runs, 19 hits they've combined, and 4 errors. As Harden takes, and that's a strike from Estrella on the inner half. And the count's now at no balls and 2 strikes. So Oakland, 2 home runs today. Yolo has hit a couple of home runs today, so 4 combined homers after we saw 9 home runs combined yesterday. But yeah, Micah Franklin, the Oakland manager, saying from the hours between 1 and 4 o'clock here, the ball really carries. At night, not as much. No balls, 2 strikes. Runners lead at first and second. And the pitch on the way, and that swung on him is strike 3. Pitch in the dirt at 82 miles an hour, and Harden is out, and that's the first strikeout for Estrella. So 2 out, bottom of the 6th inning. It is 12-9 Oakland. And now for the 5th time this afternoon, Oakland will go to the top of its order for the center fielder, Austin Davis. So he is 2 for 3. This is the 4th straight inning he's come to the plate. The last 3 innings he has scored a run in all of them. And the pitch on the way to Davis. Hit deep in the hole at short. Grabbed by Marine. He'll go to the third baseman. Banks to get the force. Good thing that was available right there on the sliding Lozano. So 6-5 on the force at third base. And that ends the 6th. Home run by Smith. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, 2 left. We go to the 7th, 12-9. Oakland leads Yolo on YouTube Live.
Fans, I hate to be the bearer of bad news for those of us that are still hungry, but it is just about last call for both food and alcohol sales. So track down the hot dog guy, track down Ice Cold Kenny, grab yourself a little bit more to eat, but it will be wrapping up at the first pitch of the 8th inning.
There's Kenny over there. I think he might have already closed down already. Ice Cold, where you at? We're thirsty.
Our score, St. Pierre, in the third inning of work.
What are your parents' names? I'm shouting them out.
Brian and Maureen's got 4 outs. Now,
On we go to the 7th inning. So we go to the bottom, or we go to the top of the 7th inning. It is 12-9, Oakland. And the first pitch to Bobby Leday is lined right to the third baseman, Andre Hubbard, who makes the catch. So 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 7th inning. Leday, Blackford, and Smith, 3, 4, and 5. 12 runs, 12 hits, 2 errors for Oakland, 9 runs, 7 hits, and 2 errors for Yolo. And now it's Braden Blackford who comes up. He is 0 for 2, a walk and a run scored, facing the right-hander Zach St. Pierre, who was out of the full windup. And the pitch on the way, and that is high outside, ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. 12-9 Oakland. So it was once 10-4 Oakland. Well, it was once 4-0 Yolo, and then eventually 10-4 Oakland, the 1-0. And Blackford takes a breaking ball for a strike on the outer half, 1-1. And then after it was 10-4 Yolo, it became 10-9 Oakland. Let's try this again, Doug. Let's take 2 here. We've got a lot of runs. The 1-1. And that's popped up foul left side, 1-2. Let's try this again here. Let's slow down here. It was once 4-0 Yolo. And then it was 10-4 Oakland. And then it was 10-9 Oakland. And right now it's 12-9 Oakland. So we're on the top of the 7th. Full windup by Zach St. Pierre and the 1-2. And that's inside, ball 2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Blackford. Again, getting the start at first base today. And Jose Gonzalez just a day off. And then Figueredo a day off as well. The 2-2. Just off the plate, ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So 3-2 the count with 1 out. Mentioned Figueredo got injured yesterday on a double. He went in standing up at second, then came out of the game. The 3-2 pitch, and that's up and away, ball 4. So Blackford walks through the second time this afternoon. And that's the first base runner allowed by St. Pierre today after an inning and 2/3 of perfect relief. Now the right fielder, Tanner Smith, bats, and he's due. Tanner has struck out 3 times today, so he is 0 for 3. So Blackford at first base. We'll see if he takes off as Martinez holds him on. And Smith is swinging a miss at a 79-mile-an-hour changeup, strike one. And the count's at no balls and one strike to Tanner Smith. Third baseman Hubbard even with the bag and well off the line. No balls, one strike to count with one out. And from the belt, St. Pierre comes home, and that's grounded to second base. To his left, nice play there. Smith up with it. And from shallow right field, he'll throw to Martinez at first to get Smith. Blackford moves to second base, but they get the out, so two down. Top of the seventh. Apparently there was a change. There were some changes. That actually was not Smith at second.
That was Jefferson at second, and then Burkell is in at short.
So Miles Jefferson, it was Miles Jefferson who made the play a moment ago at second base. And Brad Burkell. So the moves there, Miles Jefferson moves from short to second base.
So I am winning just like the Ballers are today.
The second baseman, Jalen Smith, came out of the game. And Brad Burkell goes in to play shortstop. So make those moves. Burkell is in at short.
I'm not sure what else we have going here right now, but there's multiple, so check back with me later.
So Burkell moves in to play shortstop, goes in to play shortstop, and he bats sixth. And then Miles Jefferson moves from shortstop to second base. So that was just Jefferson at second who made that play. We have a pitching change. Connor Richardson is the new Oakland pitcher. We'll be back to tell you about him in a moment. Top of the seventh, one on, two out with the score. Oakland 9 and Oakland 12 and Yolo 9 on YouTube Live. Connor Richardson is the new pitcher for the Oakland Ballers as we're in the top of the seventh inning. It is 12-9 in favor of Oakland, and Justin Kirby takes his ball inside. So one ball, no strikes to count. Blackford at second base, and the pitch, and Kirby takes inside ball two. So 2-0. 12 runs, 12 hits, and 2 errors for the Ballers. 9 runs, 7 hits, and 2 errors for the High Wheelers. Kirby, 1 for 2 with a home run in the second inning. He's also walked. He has scored twice. Blackford at second. Richardson delivers, and that's high ball 2. And the count's now at ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes from Connor Richardson. He is 4-0 this year. 17th appearance all out of the bullpen. ERA is at 4.88 for the Grand Forks, North Dakota native. 3 balls, no strikes, and the pitch. And that's low and in ball 4. And now this gets a tying run to the plate. And it was a man who really tightened things up his last time. And it was Kirkland Banks who had a grand slam in the 5th. So Blackford holds at second. Banks at first. And now Banks, who's 2 for 3 today. Well, a home run right here would tie it. So he's 2 for 3, a double, the grand slam, 4 RBIs, and a couple of runs scored. So Blackford's at second. Kirby's at first. 12-9 Oakland. 2 out, 2 on. And the pitch, and Banks takes low from Richardson, ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes from Richardson, who is 6'4", 239 pounds. And he is 24 years old, Connor Richardson. Outfield deep straight away, the 1-0, and that's grounded foul up along third. And the count is at 1 ball and 1 strike to Banks, who grand slam knocked Christian Cosby out of the game in the 5th inning. Cosby was 1 batter away from getting out of the 5th and being eligible for the win. Instead has to settle for no decision. He was removed immediately after the grand slam. Runners at first and second, and the now time called by the time was granted by granted by home plate umpire Grant Myers. 1 ball and 1 strike to count with 2 out, with Kyle Guerra on deck. So Blackford's at second, Kirby's at first. 1 ball, 1 strike to count with 2 out, and Banks takes, and that's inside ball 3. And the count's now at 2 balls and 1 strike. So 2-1 the count with a 12-9 advantage for the Oakland Ballers. Been 2 totally different kind of games today, much like yesterday. The 2-1, and Banks takes, that's high ball 3. So 3 balls and 1 strike. So the grand slam by Banks, again, was the 3rd grand slam hit by Yolo this year. Bobby Leday, Braden Blackford have the others. So Banks back-to-back days in which he has homered. So Banks and Kirby have both homered in back-to-back games. The 3-1 pitch, and that's strike 2 call on the outside corner. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. So with 3 and 2 and 2 out, the runner's ready to go automatically. Blackford will go from second, Kirby from first. So 3 balls, 2 strikes to count with 2 out. Oakland 12, Yolo 9. Visitors half of the 7th inning on this sunny Sunday from Northern California. So the runner's ready to go. They take off, and Banks swings and misses. Pitch in the dirt, strike 3, curveball there. Good pitch, and Banks chased it and comes up empty. And Richardson, his first strikeout today. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 left. Stretch time from Oakland as we go to the bottom of the 7th. It is Oakland 12 and Yolo 9 on YouTube Live.
The corridor is a scenic 170-mile route that runs from the Sierra foothills in Sacramento through Oakland and all the way to San Jose and Silicon Valley. Whether you want to get in some quality shopping time, enjoy the region's fine dining options, or catch a Ballers game, the Capital Corridor will get you there in style and comfort.
It's the middle of the 7th, and you know what that means. It's the Capital Corridor 7th inning stretch. Everybody's gonna know the words to this song, so sing along with us.
Did you go to high school in the city? Where'd you go?
The urban school in San Francisco. I actually think, when I heard you talking about might be going after us, I think his brother went to that same school, went to urban.
The Micahs?
Yeah, Michael.
I know Michael went to Lincoln, but
Yeah. It's better baseball. Have you seen any of them get called? One. Already over 3 hours. We are in the bottom of inning number 7. Ballers scored 4 in the third, 6 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, and 1 in the sixth. They lead 12-9 in what you can only describe as a senior game. Estrella to face Hunsma, Gates, and Hubbard. Those 3 have done a lot of damage today. Hunsma, 2 RBI, Gates, 4 RBI, Andre, 2 RBI, a home run. Andre Hubbard, 12 bases, 4 hits, and Hunsma, 3 very good hit appearances, no doubt. Well, if the Ballers can hold on to the themselves, 2 games back of Glacier, I think they will be fine. Colorado Mountains, Glacier,
Leading off the home half of the 7th inning, number 7, Trevor Halsema.
Stretch time from Oakland as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Oakland 12, Yolo 9. And Trevor Halsema leads it off, facing Noah Estrella, whose first pitch to Halsema, and that's skied high to right field. Smith comes running in, shades on, and the right fielder reaches above his black cap to make the catch. And Halsema is out, 1 down. So again, Halsema, Gates, Hubbard, 2, 3, 4. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 12 runs, 12 hits, and 2 errors for Oakland.
For the Ballers, number 15, J.P. Gates.
9 runs, 7 hits, and 2 errors for Oakland. Now it's Gates, who's 4 for 4 today. 3 singles, a double. He has 4 RBIs, and he has scored twice. 12-9, Oakland. Bottom of the 7th, and the pitch, and Gates a high pop-up foul left side, 0-1. So Yolo had a chance to tighten things up a little bit, but left a couple of on in the top half of this inning. Here's Estrella comes set in the gray shirt and gray pants, and Gates takes one all the way to the backstop, just about outside. And the count's a 1 ball and 1 strike. Yolo in the gray shirts, gray pants, black caps. Yolo in big black letters spelled across the front of the shirt. Gold number on the front of the shirt, black number on the back. As the pitch, Gates swings, and he loops this one left field, and that's going to be short on by the left fielder, Guerra. Now the ball gets away from Guerra over toward the left field line, and Gates will hustle a second with his second double, and he's got a 5-hit game. So Gates is now 5 for 5. Guerra eventually was able to track the ball down toward the line and left and gets it in toward third. Yolo can ill afford to fall any further behind right now. The lead for Yolo, or the lead for Oakland, is at 12-9, bottom of the 7th inning. And now Dondre Hubbard comes up for the 5th time. He is 1 for 3, 2-run homer. He has scored twice. So 5 for 5 now for J.P. Gates. I'd overheard Tyler Peterson, the Ballers broadcaster, saying that Austin Davis is the other Oakland player this year, has a 5-hit game. So now the pitch on the way is high ball 1 to Andre Hubbard. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. Hubbard, that home run, is team high 11th. He's homered in back-to-back games. 1 ball, no strikes. 1 on, 1 out. And Hubbard takes a strike from Estrella on the outside corner. So 1 ball and 1 strike to count. High Wheelers have a player this year with a 5-hit game. That was Braylon Marine, June 18th at home against Oakland. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. And the pitch, and Hubbard swings, and he flies this one high in the air toward right center. Appears this will stay in the park, circling to his right to make the catch, Smith. And now no further advance as the throw comes all the way into third from Smith. So 2 out. Hubbard now 1 for 4. And now it's Noah Martinez, whose 3-run double is one of the differences in the game right now. Martinez is 2 for 3, a single, a 3-run double. He's also walked. 12-9 in favor of the Oakland Ballers, bottom half of the 7th inning. And the pitch on the way to Martinez is a strike called on the outside corner. And the count said no balls and 1 strike. And Martinez, I thought that was for a moment going to be an inside the park grand slam when his double in the 4th inning got away from the center fielder Skinner and ball rolled up all the way toward the sort of pinballed off the center field portion of the wall and then rolled all the way over toward left center. But Martinez got as far as second there. No balls and 1 strike. And the pitch, and that's inside for a ball. And the count's at 1 ball and 1 strike with a 12-9 Oakland lead. Bottom of the 7th inning. Doesn't appear to be anybody warming in the Oakland bullpen. Not sure if anyone's getting loose for Yolo. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch, and Martinez looks at a strike on the inside corner, 1-2. Mentioned Yolo in the gray uniforms today. Oakland in the green tops, white pants. Ballers spelled across the front of the shirt in big gold letters. Gold number on the back of the shirt, going with the forest green caps. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 12-9 Ballers, 7th inning, bottom half, and the pitch, and Martinez made a motion. The pitch did not go around. So the third base umpire, standing out near second, Ricardo Rodriguez, said no swing. So 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Ricardo Rodriguez, Division I umpire for about 5 years, been the NCAA Division I umpire, and Ricardo Rodriguez, who's from San Jose. 2-2 pitch, Martinez swings, high fly ball, left center field, way back, and gone. Two-run homer, Noah Martinez. It comes with 2 out and 2 strikes here in the bottom of the 7th, and it's 14-9 now, Oakland. 5 RBIs this afternoon, so one Noah goes deep against the other, and Noah Martinez makes it 14-9 now in favor of the Ballers. So Martinez, it's his 7th homer, now 28 RBIs this year, and he's also a triple shy of the cycle. So Estrella, that's the 2nd home run he has allowed today. 3rd home run here this afternoon by the Ballers. So 14-9 now, Oakland. And Jerome Williams out to talk to Estrella. It doesn't look like anybody is warming up in the Yolo bullpen. And Grant Myers, the plate umpire, out to hustle the meeting along. Now that really hurts there with it being 2 out. It's the 4th time Martinez has reached base this afternoon. Reached base 4 times yesterday. Now it's Brad Burkell, his first at bat this afternoon. 242, 6 home runs, 26 RBIs. Came on to play shortstop at the top of this inning. 14-9, Oakland, and Estrella's pitch to Burkell is inside ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to count with Tyler Lozano on deck. Outfield deep straight away, and the pitch, and Burkell a home run cut and a missed strike. 1-1-1. Burkell snapped an 0 for 18 drought yesterday with a bunt single in the 7th inning. That was in that 6-run 7th, which tied the game. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch, and Burkell takes strike 2 on the inside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That 6-run 7th yesterday tied the game, but Yolo came back to still win the game. The kick on the 1-2, and Burkell swings, and he pops this one up around the home plate area, back of the plate. The catcher Mendoza waits for it, and he makes the catch. Juggled it for a moment, and able to still hold on to the ball. Ball looked like popped in and out of his glove, but still held on to it. So Burkell fouls out to the catcher Mendoza. 2-run, 2-out homer by Martinez. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, no one left. On we go to the 8th inning. 14-9, Oakland leads Yolo on YouTube Live.
We have 5 branches in Northern California to serve you, each with a complete stock of plumbing, heating, and sheet metal supplies. Visit us online at rubensteinsupply.com to schedule a showroom visit and see how we can help your projects today.
Ballers fans, this is 7 and this is Nick. We're going to play the Rubenside Toilet Bowl Toss. Each contestant is going to be given a toilet paper roll. They're going to have to make it into that toilet bowl behind me, and the toilet paper has to stay in the bowl for it to count, okay? You guys ready? On my mark, 3, 2, 1, go!
On we go to the 8th inning, 14-9, Oakland. Kyle Guerra leads off, facing Connor Richardson, whose first pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Guerra, Mendoza, and the top of the Yolo order for the center fielder, Skinner. So 8-9-1. Guerra 1 for 3, bunt single, stealing a run scored in the 0-1. And that's outside ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Doug Greenwald with you here on YouTube Live. 14 runs, 14 hits, and 2 errors for Oakland. 9-7-2 for Yolo. And the pitch on the way to Guerra, and that's taken for a strike on the inside corner. And the count moves now to 1 ball and 2 strikes. And tomorrow we have off, if we ever get to tomorrow, and then we will tee it up again Tuesday from Davis at 4:30 for the first pitch. The 1-2. Guerra pop-up foul left side toward the warehouses / Oakland clubhouse across the street from here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Again, Cameron Rapetti, he's the only person of whom we know that will pitch in that series, that 8-game series against Rocky Mountain. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 14-9 ballers. Top of the 8th, Richardson deals, and that's way outside the Guerra, ball 2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Apparently Rocky Mountain is undecided on who it will start. And as I said, the only one we know of right now for Yolo is Rapetti for Tuesday night. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch, and that's reached for and a tapper foul up along first. So 2-2 now. Final line on the second Oakland pitcher today, Zach St. Pierre. 1 2/3 innings, 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count with nobody out. 14-9 Oakland. Top half of the 8th inning. Third baseman Hubbard even with the bag and well off the line. So 2-2 the count. Richardson kicks and throws, and the pitch swinging a ground ball off the cleats of Richardson. The ball will go out in the shallow right field, and Guerra will be safe at first. Boy, it looked like that ball just did like a little tap dance to try to get out of the way, and instead kicked the ball into shallow right. The second baseman, Jefferson, was moving to his right, thinking the ball might come up the middle, but then the ball ended up ricocheting off the feet of, or at least off one of the cleats of Richardson out towards shallow right. So that'll go as a base hit for Guerra. He's 2 for 4 now. And here is Angel Mendoza. And Angel takes outside ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. And number 8 now for the High Wheelers. 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch, and that is inside ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes. Want to take this time to recognize one of the more famous birth dates in baseball history that occurred on this day. A man who would be celebrating his 118th birthday, but Hall of Fame pitcher and one of the greatest Negro League players ever, Satchel Paige. Leroy Satchel Paige, Leroy Robert Paige, born on this date in Mobile, Alabama back in 1906. Died at age 75 back in 1982, but Satchel Paige celebrating a birthday today. Satchel Paige, who was originally with the Birmingham Black Barons of the Negro Leagues, as Mendoza takes, and that is outside for a ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. Paige with the Negro National League Birmingham Barons back in the late 1920s, and eventually to the Kansas City Monarchs. Pitched a long time for them as well. The pitch to Mendoza is a strike on the inside corner, and then Paige made it to the major leagues, as in the American/National Leagues, back in 1948 with the then Cleveland Indians. So 3 balls and 1 strike the count to Mendoza. Guerra at first. 14-9 Oakland, top of the 8th. Richardson delivers, and Mendoza tapper foul up along first. 3-2, but Satchel Paige when you combine his totals he had with the Negro Leagues as well as when he was in the American League with the likes of Cleveland, the St. Louis Browns, and even the one game that he was brought back to pitch for the Kansas City A's at age 58 back in 1965, 124 wins in his career. But considered by many to be the best Negro League pitcher of all time, and Satchel Paige 5 times led the various Negro League teams or leagues with which he pitched in strikeouts, including 189 in 1929 with the Birmingham Black Barons. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Guerra leads at first. And the kick and the payoff, and Mendoza takes, and that is outside, ball 4. So back-to-back batters reach to get this inning cooking. Top of the 8th inning. It is 14-9 Oakland. And now for the 5th time this afternoon, Yolo will go to the top of its order for the center fielder, Braylon Skinner. He is 1 for 3, a single, a walk, a couple of runs scored. He's stolen 4 bases. Third baseman and Hubbard on the lip of the grass. First baseman Martinez in on the grass. And the pitch, low ball 1. I don't think he'd be bunting here. Down by 5, you need to get some hits to get back into this one. You don't really think of time to give up outs. Action in both bullpens. Like Connor Langrell getting loose for Yolo. The 1-0, and that is bunted out and missed for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jake Dawley warming for Oakland. Dawley was yesterday's losing pitcher. O'Gara's at second, Mendoza's at first. 14-9 Oakland, top of the 8th inning. O'Gara at second, Mendoza at first, and Richardson deals. And that's a breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 2, 1-2. But anyway, Satchel Paige, Birmingham Black Barons and the Kansas City Monarchs, both 2 of the most well-known Negro League teams of all time. Also pitched for the New York Black Yankees, did Satchel Paige. The 1-2, swing and a check swing, comeback, grabbed by Richard. He's going to go to third for 1, and the throw from Hubbard across to Martinez, not in time. So nice play there by Richardson. That check swing comebacker kind of sneaked up on Richardson. And then he said, you know what, I can at least get the lead runner here. And you know what, that was a nice barehand pick. I looked at the replay for a moment. I was all caught up. I'm thinking normally the pitcher gloves it. That was a nice barehand pickup. I had to reference the replay to see that. 1-5 on the force at third. So Guerra is out at third, 1-5 on the force. Mendoza to second. Skinner to first. And now it's Braylon Marine, who is 1 for 4 with a 2-run single. He's got 3 RBIs today. Takes a strike, 0-1. Runners at first and second, and Braylon a swing and a pop-up foul right side, strike 2. So no balls and 2 strikes the count. 14-9 in favor of Oakland. Top half of the 8th inning. Bobby Leday, he waits on deck. Outfield medium depth and straightaway. As Richardson looks back at second on the 0-2 to Marine. And Braylon swings and he flies 1 toward right center field, but not deep. And to his left, the center fielder in Austin Davis will make the catch. That's actually Hardin in center. So there was another defensive change. I mean, Hardin, he did Hardin and Davis flip-flop right and left, or right and center? Because Hardin began the game in center field. That was Hardin who made the catch. Hardin had started the game in right field. So anyway, Marine flies to center, 2 down. And now it's Bobby Leday. And he takes a strike on the inside corner on 1. Well, still a chance here. Leday, who has got a lot of power and 1 swing of the bat, can make it a 2-run Oakland lead. Leday with 9 home runs to co-lead the High Wheelers with Jose Gonzalez in that department. Has the pitch, breaking ball taken for a strike on the inside corner. So no balls and 2 strikes to count. Yeah, I had Harden was listed in right field today starting the game. So anyway, well, that was definitely Harden who caught that ball a moment ago. The 0-2 pitch, and Lede swing and a miss, strike 3, breaking ball. And he is out. So first and second, nobody out, and the High Wheelers do not score. Second straight inning in which the High Wheelers do not score, stranding 2. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is Oakland 14 and Yolo 9 on YouTube Live.
If you want to spend a little less money to do it, if you go on tonight and use that promo code Giambi, like Jason Giambi, you'll save 30% off your ticket to a future Oakland Ballers home game.
So they were, I had them on my lineup card as Harden in center, Davis in right.
Ballers
went out
fans,
at
you're
the
gonna play
first.
human ring toss here with me. This is Roz, and this is Alice, and
Correct.
that is
And
Mama
so
R and Dad.
they, I don't think were told about
Dad Brett, and
So they went out to what they
parents are going
originally
to
went out
toss
at.
the rings
And
over
then
and over, and
in
they're
the
gonna
second
close their
inning,
eyes,
they went
and
to
they're
the
gonna try
lineup.
to get it in between here. Okay, you guys ready? You are allowed to move. Exactly. Okay. Ready? Turn around. Mom and Dad, close your eyes. 3, 2, 1,
This is what I
go.
got today.
That's 1 miss. You get 4 throws.
That was after.
We got 1. That's Alice and Brett with 1.
No, that was 10-40.
That's okay. One more throw.
I just wasn't communicating.
Alice and Brett got 2, but that's okay, Ross and Bahar.
We move on to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Ballers enjoying a 14.
See, this is what I had at 12:20.
Out on the mound. We get another inning. Last chance maybe for Oakland back in this game. Only by 5.
Leading off the bottom of the 8th inning for the Ballers, the catcher, number 30, Tyler Lozano.
On we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is 14-9 Oakland. Apparently, there was confusion on the lineup card. The picture of the lineup I took, which was literally outside of Micah Franklin's office at about 12:20, had Davis in center and Harden in right. First pitch to Tyler Lozano from Noah Estrellas popped up foul back of the press box, right behind a strike 1. No balls and a strike. And then apparently in the second inning, I guess there was a switch or correction on the lineup, which we were not made aware, the 0-1, inside for a ball 1-1. So Davis played center in the first and Harden played right, and then apparently those two flip-flopped in the second inning. And I checked Tyler Peterson's lineup card, the Oakland broadcaster. Apparently he showed me the switch, which is interesting because he took his picture of the lineup at about 10 in the morning. I took mine at about 12:20, but he had one lineup card, I had the other. So apparently, and I guess neither player was communicated until the second inning that they were in the wrong position. Counts at 2-1 to Lozano from Estrella, and Lozano swings and he pops this one up on the infield, left side of the diamond, and it's Banks who stays with that high pop-up to make the catch, running back in the direction of shortstop. The third baseman, Kirkland Banks, making the catch. 1 out.
Miles Jefferson.
And Lozano is retired, 1 down. So retroactive to the second inning, move Davis from center to right and move Harden from right to center. So now it's Jefferson who comes up, and he is 1 for 4. Bunt single and a run scored. Noah Estrellas pitch, and that's up and in, ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. We're talking about Satchel Paige. Again, a birthday today. Would have been his 118th. Born July 7th, 1906 in Mobile, Alabama. The 1-0 here, and that's outside, ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike, but came back to pitch 1 inning. Or came back to pitch 3 innings of a game, I should say, for 1 game at age 58 for the Kansas City A's, because Satchel Paige spent handful of years with the Monarchs as the pitch is taken for a strike on the outside corner, 2-1. But Satchel did get his shot not until age 41, but again, that was right around the time when Major League Baseball did integrate. 2 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch, and that's low and in, ball 3, 3-1. When Major League Baseball integrated starting in 1947, Page came in a year later to Cleveland. Was 6-1 that year for the Indians. Last year the Indians ever won the World Series. The kick on the 3-1, and that's low outside, ball 4 to Jefferson. So he's on base safely for the second time today. It is 14-9 Oakland in the 8th inning, the bottom of the 8th.
Number 1, Peyton Harden.
And now here is the center fielder, Peyton Harden, who was 1 for 3, a single, a walk, and a couple of runs scored. And Page, after his time with Cleveland, went on to pitch the final 3 years in the history of the St. Louis Browns, 51, 52, and 53, and then the Browns became the Baltimore Orioles in 54. First pitch on the way to Harden is a strike on the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike, but no doubt Satchel Paige, one of the, and probably the greatest Negro League player of all time. 8-time All-Star throughout the Negro and Major Leagues. The kick in the 0-1, and the fastball swing and a miss, strike 2, 0-2. Was in a couple of World Series. I mentioned one with Cleveland, and I guess one of the others would have been in the Negro League World Series. No balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch on the way from Estrella, and that's swatted high down the left field side. Banks with his cap flying off, runs out of room. Down the left field side, no balls and 2 strikes. But Satchel Paige was inducted as a player into the Baseball Hall of Fame by the Negro League Committee back in 1971. Died in Kansas City, so ended up settling there after his playing days. So no balls and 2 strikes the count. And Estrella deals, and the pitch swung on, grounded toward first. Blackford to his right, gloves the ball on the lip of the grass, throws to the shortstop Marine for 1. His return throw to the pitcher Estrella, covering not in time. 3-6 on the force at second base. Harden is now at first. Jefferson is forced. 2 down, and now for the
Number 21, Austin Davis.
Now for the 6th time this afternoon, Oakland will go to the top of its order for the right fielder Austin Davis. He is 2 for 4, a double, an infield hit, and he has scored 3 times. 14-9 Oakland was what was once 4-0 Yolo, but that quickly dissolved. And since the 4th inning, Oakland has had the lead. And the pitch on the way to Davis, inside, ball 1. And the count's at 1 ball and no strikes. So I want to know the count. Outfield fairly deep straightaway. Runner at first base is Harden. And the pitch, and Davis takes up and away, ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes the count. But Page, you know, aside from the fact he had obviously such great numbers and one of the best Negro League players of all time, he's also the first African-American pitcher to ever play in the American League. Holds that distinction, the 2-0. Broken bat, Tapper hit right out in front of the mound. It's gloved by Estrella. He'll run the ball halfway to first. Underhand toss to Blackford. And out is Davis. Just to finish my thought on Satchel Paige, the first player to ever play in the Negro Leagues to go on and pitch in the World Series. And again, it was the last time the Indians won the World Series, 1948. So Davis is out now, 2 for 5 today. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left. Last chance for Yolo. We go to the 9th inning. A new pitch will be in for Oakland with a score, Oakland 14 and Yolo 9 on YouTube Live. Jake Dally comes on to, I'm sorry, not Jake Dally, Carson Lambert, I should say, is the new pitcher for the Oakland Ballers. We go to the ninth inning. Last chance for Yolo. It is 14-9. The Oakland Ballers out in front. And the first pitch to Braden Blackford from Carson Lambert, who we have seen as a starter and a reliever over the course of these last 6 days, is outside ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. There's a pitch, swinging a ground ball up the middle, and then it'll get through into center field for a base hit. So Blackford is aboard. That is his first hit this afternoon.
Now on the mound for the Ballers, number 16, Carson Lambert.
Doug Greenwald with you on YouTube Live.
Tanner Smith now batting for the Highlanders.
Now it's Tanner Smith who comes to the plate, and he swings the first pitch from Lambert, and he pops it up back a third. Hubbard or Burkell, and it's Burkell, the shortstop, down the left field side, who falls down and makes the catch. What a play there. And by Brad Burkell, who came on the defensive side of things a couple of innings ago. So, 1 out.
Now batting Justin Kirby.
Now it's Justin Kirby to face Lambert, who takes a strike. Does Kirby on the outside corner, 0-1. 14-9 Oakland, and Lambert misses outside ball one. 1 ball and 1 strike from Lambert, who played much of his college time at USC. He grew up in that area. Grew up in the, well, not literally in the USC area, but in Southern California. 1 ball, 1 strike. He deals from the set, and that's popped up foul right side, 1-2. The numbers for Carson Lambert. His record is 1-2, 7.62 ERA, 8th appearance, and his 3rd out of the bullpen. So Blackford at first, and the pitch on the way is outside ball 2 to Kirby. So 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. So unless something crazy happens here in the 9th inning, although we have had a lot of craziness in this series, Yolo will have to settle for winning 2 out of 3 here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Lambert deals from the set, and a fastball foul to the backstop. So 2 balls and 2 strikes from Carson Lambert. So 2-2 the count. Blackford not likely to be taking off anywhere. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. 14-2 for Oakland. 9-2 for Yolo. The 2-2 and a breaking ball. Strike 3 called right there. And Kirby knew it, and he is down on strikes looking. First strikeout for Lambert. And now Yolo is down to its last out. Lambert from Thousand Oaks, California, 6'4", 200 pounds, 24 years old. And again, he was a starting pitcher in one of those games in Davis a few days ago. Be a little more specific, he was the starting pitcher on July 4th. Now it's Banks, a grand slam in the 5th. He's 2 for 4 today. Last hope for Yolo, and he takes eyeball 1. 1 ball, no strike. So we'll be on Flow Sports on Tuesday and YouTube Live on Tuesday. First pitch is at 4:30, so we'll start the feed at roughly 4:25 Pacific time. And all we know is Connor Rapetti will be the starting pitcher for the Yolo High Wheelers. It's all I can tell you for Tuesday. So Cameron Rapetti, I should say. The pitch on the way. That's taken for a strike on the inside corner. That'll be defensive indifference. There was no stolen base there. They don't care about Blackford. Go ahead, take second base. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. So now Yolo is down to its last strike. Banks grand slam that got Yolo back into it in the 5th inning. The 0-2 pitch, and that's foul to the backstop. And the count holds it. No balls and 2 strikes. Connor Richardson, job well done today. Worked an inning and a third, allowed 1 hit, no runs, 2 walks. And he struck out 2. So Lambert trying to finish this one. He makes the 0-2 pitch, swing, and a foul at the plate. And the count remains at no balls and 2 strikes. So Cameron Repetti, not Connor Repetti, I should know that. So no balls and 2 strikes the count. 14-9, Oakland. So had a crazy one here this afternoon and crazy one yesterday. So like I said, some even more bizarre happens in the next few moments. It looks like, as I said, that Yolo have to settle for winning 2 out of the 3 games here after losing all 3 to Oakland earlier this week in Davis. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a pop-up foul by Banks right side. And the count remains at no balls and 2 strikes to Kirkland Banks. So 0-2 the count. 14-9 Oakland. Lead at second by Blackford and the pitch, and that's outside, ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 ball and 2 strikes the count to Banks. As Lambert delivers and Banks swings and a pop-up foul to the right. And we'll try it again at 1-2. With Kyle Guerra waiting on deck. So tomorrow is off, and then we'll have the next, probably about the next couple of weeks, we'll be back at Davis. The 1-2 here. Swing, ground ball up the middle to his left. Sliding stopper, Kell, the shortstop, gets up and throws to Martinez at first to get Banks. And the ball game is over. Nice play there by Brad Burkell to win matters here this afternoon. So the Oakland Ballers end up winning this 3-hour and 40-minute game today by a score of 14-9. Great play there by Brad Burkell. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a runner left. Final score this afternoon, Oakland 14 and Yolo 9. I will be back with the final totals in a moment. Final score this afternoon, it was Oakland 14 and Yolo 9. Here are the final totals. First for the victorious Oakland Ballers, now 24 and 18, 14 runs, 15 hits, 2 errors, and 8 left. For the Yolo High Wheelers, who dropped 18 and 21, 9 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, and 7 left. Zach St. Pierre is the winning pitcher today for Oakland. He is 1 and 2, and the loss to J.C. Ariza of Yolo, and he falls to 0 and 3. Time of today's game, just when you thought that you wouldn't be able to play as long as yesterday, but you did. 3 hours and 40 minutes, the time of the game today, in front of a paid crowd of 1,103. So the Yolo High Wheelers had a chance to sweep this 3-game series in Oakland, and they sent to the mound right-hander J.C. Ariza. And for Oakland, it was Christian Cosby, a guy who had really dominated Yolo so far this year. He was 2-0 specifically against Yolo with 30 strikeouts. And Yolo, for the 3rd straight game, all in this portion of the series in Oakland, scored 4 times in the second. Justin Kirby, who homered twice yesterday, homered again today to get the High Wheelers on the board. Kirby's 6th home run of the year and 21st run batted in. Then later in the inning, Braylon Marine, a 2-run single. Well, that was actually, there was a fielding error by the shortstop, Miles Jefferson, that allowed a run to score. And then Marine, a 2-run single. Marine had 3 more RBIs today after he had 5 yesterday. Now with 40 RBIs this year, and now has reached base safely as Braylon Marine in 25 straight games. And that made it 4-0 Yolo. And then Yolo, that was it after that. Essentially, it was all Oakland from there in the 3rd inning. They scored 4 times to tie it. The big hit there, the 2-run homer by Dondre Hubbard. And then Oakland took the lead for good, scoring 6 times in the 4th. 2-run single by the DH J.P. Gates. And then later a 3-run double by the first baseman, Noah Martinez, the big hits in that inning. So it was 10-4, Oakland going to the 5th inning. But then Yolo responded against Cosby, who could not get that final out of the 5th inning, so he did not get the win today. He walked Braylon Skinner to lead off the inning, who was at the top of the order, the Yolo center fielder, for the 3rd time. And then after 3 walks in the inning, there's also a double in the inning. But after an RBI ground out by Marine, a few batters later with 2 out, Kirkland Banks, the 3rd baseman who homered yesterday, well, he homered here today. It was a grand slam in the 5th. And that made it 10-9 Oakland. And you thought, all right, well, now the momentum's back on the side of Yolo. Banks, the grand slam, it was his 6th homer of the year, now 24 RBIs. But in the bottom of the 5th, Oakland came back with a run, an RBI double for Gates. He finished at Gates 5 for 5 today, 4 singles, a double, and 4 RBIs. Oakland designated hitter J.P. Gates at the top of his game. And then Oakland added another run in the 6th inning on a homer by Jalen Smith, and then a 2-out, 2-run homer in a 2-run 7th by Noah Martinez. And Oakland would go on and win 14-9. So the 14 runs for Oakland all came bunched between the 3rd and 7th innings. 4 in the 3rd, 6 in the 4th, a run in the 5th, a run in the 6th, and 2 in the 7th. Yolo 4 runs in the 2nd and 5 in the 5th, but not enough here this afternoon. The Oakland starter, Christian Cosby, 4 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 9 runs, 6 earned, 3 walks, 10 strikeouts. So now he has 3 outings specifically against Yolo this year of at least 10 strikeouts, and has combined to strike out 40 High Wheelers this year. He allowed 2 homers and a wild pitch. Zach St. Pierre in his first win of the year, an inning and 2/3, a walk, 2 strikeouts. Connor Richardson, an inning and a 1/3, 1 hit, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and Carson Lambert, 1 inning, 1 hit, and 1 strikeout. J.C. Ariza, 3 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 7 runs all earned, 3 walks, a strikeout, a hit batter, and a home run. Jacob Stobart, an inning and a 1/3, 3 hits, 4 runs all earned, 2 walks, a strikeout, and a hit batter. Chris Englund, 2/3 of an inning and 1 hit. And Noah Estrella, 3 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs all earned, a walk, a strikeout, and he gave up 2 home runs. St. Pierre, the winner, 1-2. Ariza, the loss, 0-3. St. Pierre, the Oakland winner. Ariza, the Yolo loss. 3 hours and 40 minutes this 9-inning game took in front of a paid crowd of 1,103. And Oakland wins it 14-9. So of the 6 games this week, Oakland won 4 of 6 of the 3 that were played here. Yolo won 2 out of 3. Now it's time to set the scene for Tuesday. We're off tomorrow and back at it. We'll have it for you on Flow Sports and YouTube Live. Coming up on Tuesday at 4:30, we'll start the feed on both sides at right around 4:25 Pacific time. And all we know for right now is Cameron Rapetti as the starting pitcher for Yolo, 2-1 with a 5.11 ERA. Come join us. We'll have 8 games over 6 days against Rocky Mountain, and we look forward to having you join us. Great job by our producer, as always, Michael Sapel, this afternoon. Final score again today, it was 14-9, Oakland beating Yolo. Doug Greenwald saying good afternoon from Raimondi Park.